Alright then, so, it's time to bring back an old favorite. Now you'll notice we are already in the field. I decided to skip the intro for y'all because honestly, we're not going to be focusing on plot or anything in particular here, and the intro battle is kind of a waste of time in all other respects. Now, you may notice a couple things that are odd about what you see on screen right now. Specifically one, Dawn of Sorrow is a DS game. Where's the other screen? I did not bother putting the other screen on screen because all you're going to be seeing with it is the map, and you guys don't need that. So I figured it was better to give you guys a closer in view of everything else that's happening, and don't worry about that. So that's that scenario. And you may notice at the bottom of the screen a 5 gifted equals weapon lock. Now, since it's the end of September and there's a bonus on every 5 gifted subs, or at least there should still be a bonus on every 5. I don't know if they've actually stopped doing that yet or not. It was supposed to be the last week, so theoretically it's still going. Unfortunately, none of the pop-ups and such are actually around for me to double check that for some reason this year. So that's grand. But yeah, what weapon lock means is whoever gifts said 5 subs gets to pick one weapon type, and I can only use that until I defeat a boss. So say they choose knives, I would currently have to only use the knife I have here. They could even choose barehanded, or choose using only souls, which admittedly right now I don't have any souls, and if they choose a weapon type I do not even have, I will give them a choice between it locking me to just barehanded until I find one, or defeat a boss, or they get to choose another one. That's the short version of how all this is going to work right now. It's a simple thing, and ordinarily I probably would have made it a little bit cheaper, but again, this is the threshold for triggering the bonus subs, and that's why I'm doing it now, is because of the bonus subs. So that's what that is. You'll notice some of these items subtract health instead of giving it. That's because all consumables have random effects, all weapons and such have had their stats and abilities randomized. Our random starting item was the army jacket and those negative health items you saw there. Ordinarily, these UMA news pieces would actually tell you something about a hidden enemy that is around in the world somewhere. As you can obviously see, it doesn't do that in this particular case. It has become a consumable. Thanks to the randomizer settings, you do have a infinite magic ticket that'll bring you back to the room you started in, which is very helpful in some cases. This meat here gives me more MP than I'm going to probably have at the end of this run, almost. Potions are actually fairly in line with their normal healing, which is why out of the 5 seeds I generated, I picked this one. Literally, the other 4 seeds had regular healing potions healing for over 200. And that was going to be too easy. Now, my goal is to beat the game in one go. If it doesn't happen, I will roll it over into tomorrow, probably. There is every possibility that I can beat this in one sitting, because I do know this game, but it has been a while. Like, the last time I actively played this was the last time I showed you guys this. So, you know, been a little bit. Been just a little bit of time. So that's going to cause some issues, and I don't know what the randomizer's done. I know a little bit about this specific seed because, funnily enough, this is the seed I used to test things, but I didn't go very far, so there's not much spoiler information in there. I had tested this one and then realized the other 4 were a cakewalk, so it's like, okay, I gotta roll back to this one then. It's either that or I take the time to generate another seed, and it was really close to start time at that point. Thankfully, I wasn't really paying attention to what I was doing at that time either, so it'll work itself out. As you can see, all enemies are not where they belong. They have randomly been relocated, and all enemies have random statistics as well. So don't bank on knowing what you're getting into with anything, because nothing is as it seems. Now, I do believe I have scavenger mode on as well, which is going to make things really interesting. Because what Scavenger Mode does is, as you can see, no enemies drop anything. The only access to any items and any souls I have is through bosses and items on the map. So I am completely reliant on what the seed gives me. I cannot force my way to success in this particular case outside of using Yoko's weapon synthesis over here and Hammer's shop over here. They both are also randomized, so they may not end up being useful at all, but I anticipate that there will be some useful equipment in there to help stabilize me if I end up in a bad situation, which I invariably will be. As you can tell by the knife that does no damage, being my only means of defending myself right now. We can't have our work cut out for us here a bit. Oh. You know what? I'm not interested in fighting him anymore. Well, the world's our oyster as far as height goes, immediately. I'm never that big a fan when they give me something like that straight away in these randomizers, but that is something I've noticed that both the Aria randomizer and the Dawn randomizer are bad about doing. They'll give you like double jump or hippogriff or something like that like super early. And now we have Puppet Master as well. Puppet Master allows me to throw a puppet and then swap places with it. So that's another soul that would be great for verticality. Somewhat. Like, obviously, Hippogriff is a way better choice for verticality, because it sends you quite literally vertical. But if you end up with no other options, you know, at least you gotta work around. That's better than nothing. That at least does damage. I believe I'm having to use potions immediately. But that really shouldn't be a surprise because we have subpar gear and random everything. We just need to get away from this guy or we're gonna die. We'll just let him have his little win there. Yeah, that's why Hippogriff is useful. Literally launches just straight up in the air. And you can cover immense vertical distances that way. Set that. These things take a second or so to spawn their fleamen, so we can actually just get past it. The ghosts are not an issue, as long as they don't come in from a really wacky angle. But you can hear the fleamen scrambling around up there. We are not ready for that Valkyrie right now. She's now in a really... Okay, now she's in a better spot. I should be able to get up here quick enough that she can't catch up to me. What I'm trying to do is collect some money and collect some items as quick as I can to kind of get us into a moving position early on. I am going to be skipping the scenes. If you're here to see the scenes, you may want to actually look for the non-randomized playthrough I did a while ago. We have Yoko with us now, so I'm going to quickly run back to her shop to put her back. That's part of why I was doing this loop, was so we get that scene out of the way, and we get what we're going to need for the early game, hopefully. Sorted out, we're not going in that boss room right this second either. Which that may come as a disappointment to some people, but trust me when I say, we don't want any part of that right now. Right now, we suck. And bosses are randomized. If it was just the Doulahan, I would go fight it, absolutely. But I don't know what I'd be getting into there. So let's not take needless risks. I'm gonna clear out the entrance here, because I took a wrong turn anyway, so I figure we may as well just clean this up. Ordinarily, you wouldn't be able to get everything that's over here immediately, but we can thanks to getting Hippogriff immediately. And we got a Joyous. Is that better than the Brionac? It is much better than the Brionac. Okay, we at least have a solid sword, so that gives us a good starting point. You know, at least till somebody takes it away from me. Intro cutscene plays, which gets weird because Yoko comes running up because she's attached to us now. Someone's supposed to arrive alone, and I believe Hammer pops up like a moment or so afterwards. Because he's not allowed to go running off and doing things on his own. Yeah, our only way down is either through that boss or by going all the way around. With our current health situation, I don't really want to tangle with a boss, so I guess we're going the long way. It's either that or I use my ticket, but I don't really want to be, like, using the tickets freely. Because that'll be kind of a cop-out at the moment, I think. Especially since we have a weapon that can do actual damage now. I feel like fighting fair is a bit more reasonable under the circumstances. At least for now. Obviously, the situation can and will change. Yeah, the scene we missed up here was just Yoko and Julius looking at the bridge. Julius jumps over and leaves Yoko behind. Go run off into the castle and go do Belmont things. As you know, usual Castlevania fare. Dracula's being resurrected, or they're working on that, because the cult wants to get Dracula's power out of Soma in order to make that a reality. Right, that's what I have. Okay, I can one-shot the flea men now. Okay, I can eat the map. Delicious map. Nom 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 nom. Which that's a odd concept in and of itself, but I'll take it. That thing has enough health that it'll be a pain, so we'll just slip by there. Ditto with that guy, probably. We've done a fair bit, so I would also like to touch that save point back where we started. Before anything bad can happen. Because we've already had a bit of a rough go, as you can see by our current health state here. So I would rather not throw away what we've done. Come on, shoot. Shoot, damn you. I can't avoid your shot if you never shoot. But then again, if you never shoot, I never get shot, so... Eh? I guess it works, question mark? Oh right, there was the axe armor and the witch here. That's fine. They aren't a threat anymore. What a difference a real weapon makes, eh? Go from, oh god, I need to avoid most everything, to, aha, I can fight. Sort of. Because we still have a bit of a fragility problem? Like, we're not totally fragile since we at least have a piece of armor, but it's not a great piece of armor. Go ahead and snag that sword. That sword is awful. Love that for me. Glad I didn't worry about getting up there before. Yeah, let's go talk to our erstwhile merchants, shall we? Yoko here will do our weapon synthesis. You need souls and weapons, or in this case, souls and items, and she'll make them into other things. Thanks to the randomization, very clearly, I'm not going to get much out of this right now. Casual clothes and Holy Flame will become a hauberk, though, which won't be too bad. And right now, the only other things is Umanu's 1-3 becomes Umanu's 3-3 with Needle Soul, and Spoiled Milk becomes Konami Man with the Dragon Nazo Soul, which we also do not have. She's also your vector by which you can release souls, which I never actually looked into what the mechanical benefits of that are. Hammer here is our actual merchant. As you can see, he sells high potions which don't do high potion things. They only cure poison. Ordinarily, he'd sell a infinite supply of regular potions, which can make the game a complete cakewalk if you actually sit there and use them. It's looking like right now our only real means of healing is going to be these milk bottles that are very expensive but heal a lot. Or the noodles that cost even more but heal even more. And a handful of decent gear looking. The chakrams could be fun. I never really used throwing weapons too much in this game, so that could be a neat idea. Yeah, this is a reasonable shop. Some of his gear sucks, and some of it's alright. None of it's, like, mind-blowingly good. It's mind-blowingly good for our current scenario. Like, about the most broken thing here is this ninja suit that I will not be buying, because that is a stupid amount of strength it's giving. Yeah, we'll go ahead and grab the chakram. And this way it also gives you guys more options for weapon locking me to something. Which I think will be fun. That luck bonus would be incredible if we weren't on scavenger mode, where nothing drops anything. Yeah, there's actually an extra purpose to me putting this on scavenger mode as well. In addition to making it more difficult, it will speed it up because I will not be tempted to grind for gear at all. Because there is no such thing as grinding for gear when there is no gear to be had. And as a side bonus on top of that, it also means I'm not gonna be fishing for luck. Because while the randomizer does fix luck, luck doesn't help now. And I kind of figured, based on where we saw the Puppet Master soul, that we were going to be fighting the Puppet Master here. Now, Puppet Master's super dangerous because he can guaranteed hit you like that. I don't know of a way to avoid that. The good news is he will hopefully not have that much health. He's going to kill me. Nope, I got him. And actually, I should correct my statement. There is a way to avoid that, but you have to be where that hand is in order to break the puppet before he places it in the Iron Maiden, I do believe. There we go, that's one boss down. And we finally have an attacking soul, the Killer Clown. Because we really have no use for Puppet Master since we have Hippogriff. Outside of the one specific place you would use... well, not the one specific place. There's like 2 or 3 places that Puppet Master's soul is used to traverse. At least in intended progression. Now, I did not randomize the map layout at all. I only randomized what's in parts of the map, so the map will be reasonable to navigate. There was a full, like, layout randomization, and I did consider it. And if I wasn't aiming to beat this in one go, I would have done it. But if I randomized the whole thing, there'd be no way I'd be finishing this today unless I got incredibly lucky. And we aren't going for a good ending or anything, we're just going for completion. In case anybody's wondering about that. Demon Guest House with the bouncy flea man. Okay. I've always had a devil of a time hitting these because their positioning is so wacky. And he is actually chipping me to death, which is frustrating to say the least. I'm just leaving. The good news is we saved after defeating Puppet Master, so it's not like I have a dire situation if I die, but it'll be annoying. Ripper and Killer Clown are fairly similar attacking souls. Except you can see there's a very minor power difference and a major cost difference, so we'll be using Ripper instead of Killer Clown. Reminder, if somebody decides to weapon lock things, locking me to only using attacking souls is an option. So I would be reliant on using my Ripper knives under those circumstances. I debated locking to specific souls, but that would become too granular and would be difficult to actually get people to be able to quickly decide on something like that. And we're not using this rare ring because, one, we don't need rare items to appear more, and the stats on that are horrible. And the Konami Man we got costs me 271 health. Wonderful. Love that for me. Go ahead and snag me the tower key. Which is fairly lucky that that's just sitting there. Is that I do believe is required for progression. Like, I know it's needed for going into a particular spot, but I don't remember if it's the only way into that section or not. I think there might be a way to back door into there thanks to the fact that we have Hippogriff. So that key might be completely irrelevant. Oh boy, this is gonna start getting bad, huh? And it is just an oddly shaped key. Fucking map cures Petrify. God damn it. Under the circumstances, we'll just equip the Chakram as well and just start double throwing. Because we don't really have enough health to be trying to melee things. So I'm just removing the temptation, essentially. Oh boy. Oh, this is dire. Okay, we got the Black Panther soul. That's actually really useful. Yeah, because that's the dashing one. Yeah, that's actually incredibly good. This is one of the few spots you can Puppet Master and do it meaningfully because you can't fit the rear otherwise. That's why they show you the puppet on the floor. I forgot I still had the Puppet Master equipped. Okay, I thought so. I was pretty sure there wasn't anything up there. And in case anybody's wondering why I'm not just whacking all the walls, there is a randomizer setting on that reveals all hidden walls for convenience. We have 1 hit point, and we know that this room's full of problems. Right, you're not immune while Black Panthering. Never mind. I was probably going to die there anyway, unless I, like, mashed my head into the ceiling with Hippogriff. That's why I just sent it. I was intending to jump, though, and I don't know if I just can't jump while using that, I forgot, or if I just didn't get the timing. Yeah, no, this is gonna be tricky. I purposely chose a seed that's going to be somewhat difficult. At least based on the initial impression I got, because I obviously could not get more information than that without spoiling the seed. And I did not want to spoil the seed. Based on how the demon guest house up there is, though, let's try going elsewhere first. Is we don't really need the key particularly. We can also just do what Julius did and go over the gate. And this allows us to open the gate. Otherwise, you have to go through a whole area down below there to go around to open the gate. Traverse there normally. And you know, why traverse things normally when you can traverse them abnormally? But now we can just walk into the front door of the castle. Which is a shame, because we'll be leaving the music behind that was there. Oh right, all of this is Demon Guest House. Right. Maybe I don't want to go that way then. Especially not with the weird flying thing I saw. Oh right, we didn't get Ripper because Ripper was up there. Thankfully, we have plenty of other options to take. We can just go the way we would ordinarily have to go. And see what we find over here. Wizardry Lab. I mean, not technically better. Not technically better at all. Right, we don't have what breaks those. Yeah. We're not getting in there right now. is the randomizer does include the touchscreen removing that there is a patch for as well, but you still need to get a specific soul to be able to break those blocks. So we're gonna have to wait on that idea. But we at the very least do have options, because this area doesn't seem to be as dangerous. Is more than likely the seed scaled such that it didn't expect you to immediately go the way we did where we found Hippogriff. Or at the very least they prepared in case you did that. No, you are not gonna grab hold of my head and make me just sit there and attack. Nope. Nope. Is that Morgenstern any good? Not really. At the very least, not better than what I'm using. It would be beneficial in that I believe that's a vertical swinging weapon, but I'm not willing to drop my attack in that manner to get that working. Not at the moment, anyway. The way we disposed of a chunk of this room, though, is exactly why having a solid bullet soul on hand is important. And I did debate just disallowing bullet souls entirely before I settled on the weapon lock idea for this. Because I wanted to dabble with this randomizer again, but it's like, there's decent odds on me getting something that's just too good. So what do I do to balance it? Or like, I'll get something that I'm comfortable with and I'll fall back on that regardless of the situation type deal. So it's like, okay, what do I do to forestall that? And then the option appeared to me where y'all can just take away the use of something that's too strong. Or just make things more complicated in whatever way y'all wish. Within reason, of course, considering there's only so much power I've given over to y'all. But I do have some power. And I will be trying to, like, implement little things like that here and there, on at least on anything that isn't a first playthrough. Or anything that I'm not comfortable, obviously. Because, like, if I'm already struggling, I don't really see the point to having an option for y'all to make it more difficult. Because at that point, it's just going to become a bad experience for everyone involved. So, doesn't seem like the win move there, you know? Ah, there we go. There's the soul I need, Belor. That'll get us out of this area. Naga, and it's just a golem. You would see these first normally in the intro fight, where someone's powers first return to him. Or he says they return, but he gets corrected in that they were there the whole time, just dormant because he had no use for them. Turns out when you're living a normal life, you don't particularly need the souls of your enemies that much. Just in case there was something useful in any of these. I don't think I want to keep toying with that harpy. We're not in a great condition to be fighting that. Where does this door lead? Okay, back to the vertical shaft of the beginning area, which we could have gone down here immediately. And we can freely ascend and descend thanks to Hippogriff. There's the katana. Full gallery room full of enemies there. let's quickly scoot back to our save point here since it's nearby. Sometimes you'll notice me moving kind of weird. That's me actively trying to avoid the confrontation. There we go. I am gonna try to get as much experience as I can for obvious reasons, but I'm not gonna be like going out of my way to grind, if that makes sense. Like, I won't be avoiding all conflict. Yeah, there's a whole thing between Hammer and Yoko that happens as well. Because Hammer keeps staring at Yoko because, you know, pretty lady. So it turns into a whole discussion there. In case people are curious about what any of those scenes I'm skipping are, I will be filling in those thoughts as we go. At least those that I remember. Guess this one just has big value because of what the item originally was? Or is it because of all the constitution? I mean, it's only 5 constitution even, so it's not even that big a thing. Let's sell that. Yeah, the odds of us getting the soul we need to turn those casual clothes into something better is worthless to us. Speaking of worthless to us, we don't need that rare ring either, so we'll just sell that. I could buy a bit of healing, but that would be so much money for not that much benefit. Sad that the Levitain sword is not actually good. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not great. Great Axe is horrendous. The War Fatigues would be nice for the extra defense. But if I was gonna do that, I could just buy, like, Olrox's suit. Actually, no, Olrox's suit is worse. Even though it gives Constitution, the Constitution is the only reason that that defense stat's going up. Blocking mail is not helpful. I'm still so sad that the stats on the Demon Mail is so bad. Could also go Worm Robe and get a ton of Constitution. The only reason I'm not disallowing myself that one is because it's only raising Constitution instead of Strength. Strength breaks this game pretty easily. Because if you're just putting out crazy damage, you can't be stopped. You can just crush everything. So basically, as long as something doesn't give a lot of strength or like a ton of intelligence, I will probably allow it. Obviously, a ridiculous enough amount of defense will also be a no-no. Like this 38 defense for 400, I'm gonna disallow that one. Because that's doubling my defense for nothing. The Worm Robe is a lot fairer in that regard. Because honestly, I think that's another case where the defense is really only actually going up because of the huge Constitution buff. But I don't even think that's gonna help that much, honestly. I think I would be better served just having a healing item on hand. To only afford one healing item at that, which is an oof. But we'll make it work. This is exactly what I signed up for, was making this more complicated for myself. Because, like, if I had just free access to tons of healing, no matter what weapon y'all force me to use, I would still be able to make it work because I can just tank my way to victory. There has to be a balance point where this is made more difficult just for sake of this, if this attempt at an idea here to even function, you know? Yeah, we'll go dive down the hole and see what we find now that we're in a more comfortable position. Yeah, we're on the other side of that room we were looking at now. We don't need to worry about going through that gallery. Whee! Zombies. I've long since forgotten which track is attached to which place, but I did randomize what track appears where. I almost randomized player sprites, but I thought about it, and I'm like, no, one, I enjoy someone's design, and two, in case I end up having to do anything too crazy, I want to be able to see the original sprite shaping so I can actually work with that. Not that I anticipate having to do anything too weird, but that hedging. Oh boy, this room is a nightmare. And there's also an imp making me attack. Help. Right, this attack doesn't have piercing either. That's why Killer Clown's attack is the worst. Because a lot of the good bullet souls have piercing, so you can hit multiple enemies at once. This one does not, and I keep getting grabbed by the imp, so we're gonna die. Yeah, because I couldn't... In case people don't understand why we're just standing there swinging, those little blue imps can attach to the back of your head, and someone will continuously attack until that imp is dislodged. So, yeah. You can't move or anything while that's happening. You're just stuck with that. So based on that result, I am now a little worried about the idea of even going down there either. But we have to go somewhere. Like, we can't just avoid everywhere because the area's scary. We do have a missing piece of the map down here in the bottom right of the section we're in. I can check that now that we're a bit stronger. Because I think I avoided that because there was, like, too much mess in the way going this way. Yeah, because we kept getting chased by the flyer there. Oh, this is upsetting. I'm in third. Yeah, the red ones just throw whirlwinds. It's only the blue imps that are an issue. Okay, I'm not gonna take the time to kill another one of you right now. Okay, we got gym clothes, and there's a blade knuckle over there. Those gym clothes are really good. That int's a little too high for right now, so I'm gonna hold off. Ooh. Trident and... Paranoia. Interesting. So I was about to say that there's an ability that would let me use this mirror here. And what do you know, we got it immediately upon me thinking about that. So in the mirror world, we can just pass through here as if that wall wasn't there. Doesn't do a ton for us, except get us that whip knuckle, but ordinarily I believe there's something actually useful in that spot. And you'll notice you have to actually be standing in front of a mirror. If you're not in front of the mirror, it doesn't work. But you can use that, I believe, at basically any mirror in the game. This whip knuckle's not great. It would be even worse if it didn't give a strength bonus. But there's always the option of forcing me to have to use that thing, because it's the only knuckle we have at the moment, so it would be the one I would use under the circumstances of being forced to use knuckles. Yeah, I had also considered doing crowd control for a situation like this, but unfortunately this game doesn't have crowd control. The only one of these that has it right now, I think, is still only Symphony of the Night. Which is fine enough, but that wasn't the one I wanted to do. I almost did Portrait of Ruin instead, since the randomizer works for all 3 of the DS games. But I opted for this one. That's a little too strong. Like, if people are like, use an axe, I'm gonna use it, but till then, nope. Huh. We could go back to the Wizardry Lab, because there are paths in there we could take. And most of that Wizardry Lab wasn't terrible. And at the very least, going the way we're going right now will take us to a save point reasonably quickly. Like, if the radar health is getting trashed, that's why I'm, like, making damn sure to walk save point to save point right now. Hi, Yoko. Bye, Yoko. Leaving again. Apparently, the whole dropping her off thing doesn't actually trigger properly. Because what I think's happening is the game is confused because of us doing things out of order. So she won't actually go back to her location, because she's technically not with us whenever we're in that room. So it'll never actually complete that segment, which it doesn't matter in the slightest. That is a completely irrelevant concept. But it is a thing. Yeah, as you can see, instead of needing to use the touchscreen, I can just swap these with my sword and they disappear. Which is actually somewhat of a blessing and a curse at times. There we go. A wiser man would have used a smaller weapon doing this job. There we go. I need to hit under me now, so we'll use the axe for a second here. I've been working on the railroad all the goddamn day. Good enough. I forget. Do I actually? Yeah, I do have a functioning touchscreen. There you go. Oh, right, this brings me to a mirror. It's a good thing I went the way I did. Which, no, I had no idea that this was gonna lay out this way. Not that it mattered. That would have held another important item, I do believe. In a non-randomized scenario. That's a lot of defense. We're gonna hold off till later on to use that. Or unless I start having some real trouble. The bonus experience would have been very nice to have, but a little too useful at the moment. I don't know if y'all are gonna be able to see the cursor when I'm doing things like that. If you can, my apologies. If you can't, well, don't worry about it. You're not missing anything by not seeing me waving the cursor around to clean these up so I can get through. This is honestly faster than using the sword. The main reason to have the no touchscreen patch is to avoid just having to do those symbols every time you defeat a boss. Which I'm not as against it as a lot of people are, but I do think it does throw the flow off. And like, there's not really a beneficial reason to have the symbol drawing gimmick in at all. Like, you could argue that it's a stylistic touch a little bit, because, like, oh, hey, you have to actually make the symbol to seal the monster. It's like, yeah, sure. But none of them are complicated enough or interesting enough to make it feel like it's a meaningful part of the situation. Also, it's after the boss is defeated anyway, so you're not really under any threat unless you do, like, the worst job of trying to draw the symbol ever possible. Which, thanks to the DS touchscreen being what it is, sometimes that can happen without you even being the one that made the mistake, too. It's a rare situation for that to happen, but I did have that happen once when I was playing my actual copy of it once upon a time, where I was fighting to make the symbol work because the touchscreen decided to weird out on me. So that may be where my bias against the gimmick comes from a little bit. You know, other than the obvious reason of I just don't think it adds anything. We got Frozen Souls, who have a lot of health, apparently. Paintings that are gonna watch us walk by. There's a warp room for the Wizardry Lab. Okay. Alright. Yeah, when I said before that I was gonna have forgotten things, I was not kidding. Like, I do not remember much of the layout of this particular one. I do know that the layout's not complicated because a lot of these end up with a fairly similar basic layout. But there is just enough variation, especially depending on what we may end up needing to do to get what we need to get to the end, where it will still cause some complications. Not to mention just an uncertainty of what connects to what anymore. Ooh, that hurt a lot. Okay. Mind Up heals a very small amount of health. Understood. Rotten meat actually heals, so we'll just go ahead and eat that. Ordinarily, you would need a specific soul to make that not hurt you. That is where the other candidates for Dracula's power first show up, I do believe. The cult leader is bringing them around in the hopes that they will be able to take on Dracula's power when Soma gets killed. And thus allow them to resurrect Dracula. It's a whole thing. Let's see what boss is in here. Depending on which one it is, we might be okay. Ordinarily, this is Baylor, I believe. Yeah, this is Baylor's room. But what is actually in it? Oh. Oh, interesting. This is an interesting scenario to find myself in. This, I believe, is where you ordinarily get paranoia. Yeah. Can I use the mirror in this fight? No, I can't. I was curious to see if there would actually be something involving using that mirror. He's in the mirror now, and now he reaches out to laser you from his various mirrors. And, you know, it's the typical reflect laser trick. Unfortunately, he does a lot of damage with that laser, as it turns out. And I don't really have anything that's good for mobility since our only movement option really is a bit extreme. Considering our only movement option is slam self into ceiling. Which, me personally, I usually end up using Bat Form as my dodging ability in a lot of cases if I have Bat Form, just because it makes your hitbox so much smaller. Let's explore around a little bit more. Considering how much damage he did, I don't think we're up to that task at this exact second. But this is also why the weapon locks are until a boss is defeated. And if somebody else redeems a weapon lock by gifting 5 subs as well, their weapon lock will implement after the previous one is completed. I initially was gonna have them be replaceable immediately, but I don't want people losing out on having spent money and then having somebody else spend money to counter them. That starts to feel bad. I also will not be just running to a boss I know about that I haven't beaten to get rid of a weapon lock either. Like, is that something I could do? Yes, but it's not something I'm going to do. That is weird that the Hound Master's down there in the water. Him and his dog are not in a great place. What do we got here? Alucard Sword. Ordinarily pretty good. In this case, it's slightly better because it's the same damage but raises my intelligence, so sure. It also has a fancy effect. Sounds good. Appreciate the good luck and hope you feel better soon, bud. Okay, we have underwater access. They really have just put everything where I need it, and I feel weird about that. But like I was talking about before, that is a weird thing with both the Aria and Dawn randomizers, which are not the same randomizer, I will say. That they give you what you need close to where you need it a lot. But I think to a certain degree that's just because of the way the maps for these two games are laid out, where it would actually be rather difficult in certain situations to be able to get around that. Slash and fire with Holy Flame. Interesting. Yeah, Rahab's not equipped. But I can't swim here, which is interesting. Oh wait, no, it's an ability soul. That's why. There we go. Doo-doo-doo. Like, technically you should be using Undyne here. Oh, that's why. Yeah. I'm not actually sure what... I don't remember exactly what to use to get past that part of the problem. I think it's actually something simple like puppet mastering across there, but I would need to be able to stand in that little gap to be able to throw the puppet properly across. Because you can't bat across there, because bat disappears when it hits water. I'm pretty sure it is a puppet master spot. Out of my way, lady. Got places to be, people to kill. Now, the question is... Oh. Well, this is interesting. You're not supposed to be here. But this puts us in a very interesting situation. Oh, that's clever. That's actually very clever. Because ordinarily that cannon would fire and break your way through here. But because the time stopper happens to be around, I can't go through there. Huh. I forget if he ordinarily stops that, or if that just happened to be because he spawned there. That's working out that way. I never end up going into that room without having dealt with that. Because, you know, the routing for the game normally is actually very straightforward. For the most part. Unless you really want to try your luck. And yeah, so far everything's fine. I've been under the weather as well, but I can't really say there's been a time recently that I haven't been under the weather in one way, shape, or form. But, you know, nothing that causes enough of an issue that I can't just do what I need to do. That thing does too much damage for me to comfortably stay there without having healed. I also wasn't sure how much health that thing had left. Because remember, I randomized the stats of all the enemies. So things that are ordinarily easy to kill might not actually be that easy to kill anymore. The neck warmer any good? That's a fair trade-off, losing intelligence from our defense. He bit me with his butt. I don't appreciate that. There we go. I wondered why you stopped taking damage. I should have assumed. I was really hoping this would be a save point. Hello, madam. Do not. Ensliff. Oh boy. This is a very unfortunate enemy to have in this position. Okay. Squeezed by him. Pretty sure he would have been reasonably tough to deal with. We could hit our intelligence down to the floor. I'm surprised, like, the base attack on this sword must be really low for us to be nearly doubling our strength and not increasing our attack at all. There's a temptation to use this just because of the difference in attack angle. But I think I'm gonna hold off. Oh, thank God. Yeah, another idea I was considering for ways to make this game more interesting in the case of a rerun of it would be like removing healing items, because that makes this a very different game. There we go, another very helpful level. There was a whole lot of nothing over here. That happened. Hookahback's annoying because he just leaves flames around. You can destroy them, as you can see, but it's just a nuisance to get through. But obviously could be worse. Tree. Ah, the joys of actually having some reliable power on our side. Come on, big man. Just die. Thank you. You're made out of dead things anyway. It's not like you'll miss this whole living thing, particularly. Grunting. Do any good? Usually you're decent. Not this time. The problem is, ordinarily, part of its use would be the fact that it's a different element attack, because I do believe poison is a valid choice. If we look at the bestiary, we can confirm what elements exist. Yeah, the green skull there would be the poison that hunting would normally do. Oh, that's interesting. It looks like they have... So, if I'm remembering right, X's are their immunities, so lightning... Not everybody likes the sun, so the dawn could bring a lot of problems. Get around that guy. Reactivate Rahab. Squeeze under here. And I regret my decision immediately. Everything over here is awful. Well, we are playing as someone who has inherited the power of a vampire, so, you know, the logic tracks. We're in a little bit of an awkward spot there. There we go. Managed to get around it. If he got those boomerangs off, we had decent odds on dying there, so it would have been a whole problem. Succubus there. We don't want to deal with that without any health to speak of. Okay, he's just kicking his skull around. He's not really a big deal. Youngner, are you any good? You are too good. Okay, we're not using that right now. Save room? Warp room, good enough. Get me out of here. Okay, so that solves some problems. We're a little bit stronger now, but I need to get to that save room. Oh, of course. Well, technically he's not doing anything at all right now, because he's still currently dead. And I mean more dead than a vampire normally is. There is currently a cult trying to bring him back. Soma here currently has the main part of Dracula's power, because it got split up and inherited by people. So the cult wants him dead to be able to resurrect Dracula. And fool that he is, he went here to go try to stop them himself, playing that right into their hands. I did not mean to sit in the chair. I meant to see if I could actually make anything right now. It's not helpful, yeah. Which, to be fair, his hand was forced because he was attacked in broad daylight in a city. So... he was only gonna keep getting attacked if he didn't go solve the problem, so... The logic tracks to a certain degree there. Did you actually get new stuff in, Hammer, or are you just saying that? You did get new stuff. You have food. Wow, that Pele heals a lot. We will not be using that, because that's a little too good. Because remember, the effect of literally everything is randomized, so... things work in unexpected ways. And he's got the 777s, which ordinarily would be terrible armor that gives good luck, but... in our current case, it actually gives decent defense. Look at that. Breastplate wouldn't be terrible, except we do lose a decent amount of defense for not much gain. Yep. Oh, the flame necklace is really good. I seem to recall that the flame necklace is actually usually okay to begin with. That's way better than it normally is. That's entirely too good for the price. I mean, usually it's a case of these are fools who think they'll gain power or gain what they want from bringing him back, ignoring the fact that that's absolutely not how that's going to work out at all. You know, the classic summon powerful being to make deal with powerful being to get thing. But let's be real, more often than not, all they're gonna get is dead. And bear in mind, these are cultists we're dealing with here. They're not exactly rational or sensible beings entirely. I could say something there, but I'm gonna leave that one alone. Mostly because there's a mild surprise later that would be ruined by me saying what I was thinking about saying. This garden is kind of awful this time around. Though it's fun to see the gardeners actually in the garden, with where the enemies were randomly moved to. So they seem to be... I think they might have been swapped with the regular skeletons, because they're just kind of popping up everywhere. Which is mildly annoying. Oh, this room's full of gold Medusa heads. Hate that. Anything can be compelled as long as you know the right way to compel it. Gods are no different as far as that goes. Especially when you consider that in a lot of cases gods are made in the image of the group that creates the concept of those gods. Thus, they will frequently have the same weaknesses. Because while many religions claim that they were made in the image of their gods, reality kind of dictates the reverse is true. Assuming those religions are not actually accurate, which, you know, who knows whether it is or isn't. But one of the two kind of removes the other. Because they cannot create each other in each other's image at the same time, so only one of the two can be true at a time. Bird Gang, you any good? No, you actually are, like, disgustingly bad. Well, that's exactly what I'm saying, yeah. That is the very implication of the statement I'm making. What the fuck? Oh! That's upsetting. That's very upsetting. So that's glitched a bit. In case anybody's wondering what happened there, there's a tree stuck in the background in that room, which is fascinating, but also very upsetting. Is something in how they created those, because of how they had to work around certain things, means certain rooms where they aren't supposed to be, they interact rather poorly. Case in point, him being stuck inside the background. As I would assume, in order to make a entity that large, they had to kind of do some workarounds. So, madam, I'm just here to take this weapon and then leave. Thank you for the RPG. Good day. Statistically... Actually, that's good. Okay, we'll actually use that. The wonders of this game taking place in modern times. We get modern things like rocket launchers. I never actually used the guns and rockets and such in this game. Back when I'd played this. It's just having like a constant free ranged attack just seems unfair. But I'll use it for a bit for fun at least. Again, until somebody decides to gift 5 subs to lock me to a specific weapon type at any point. Well, this is an unfortunate place to have landed, but we'll just walk away. It'll be okay. I don't remember what that button does, but it's probably important that I hit that button. Would you fucking not? Because that's the weakness to using something like the rocket launcher, is enemies attacking you from above are kind of a problem because someone doesn't understand how to aim. He can just shoot straight in a line, and that's it. I feel like that would be resoundingly ineffective even against vampires. Especially since this universe's vampires, I don't think actually care that much about garlic. I don't think it ever actually came up as a thing. Oh, hi Julius, you're just kind of here. He's staring at a weird magic thing in the floor here. And he wanders off and does his own thing as he usually does. Like, in terms of map progress, we've actually gotten very far. In terms of actual progress, I would say we're not actually getting much done at all right now. Got one. You good? That's alright. Don't know if I'd be that excited about a greatsword that only does slightly more damage than the sword I was using before. It's still not bad. No, good old-fashioned murdering usually works, but it specifically has to be the special whip, the vampire killer, for the most part. That's why Dracula's kind of a big deal most of the time, is only the Belmonts can kill him, typically. There are some odd stipulations that occur occasionally that are a whole other thing. I was explaining the methods by which Dracula can actually be removed in Castlevania. But I say that it doesn't always have to be Vampire Killer, because Portrait of Ruin, for example, you can use any weapon and take care of that. See, that's speedrunning losing the game, yes. That will get you out of there very fast, just not in a useful way. Yep, that's what I was afraid of on that move. And we went a long way without saving, because there were no save points that I ran into, so that's unfortunate. But with where we went, didn't want to be there anymore anyway. We did lose the RPG, but that's absolutely fine. We now know the lay of the land up there, And how unfortunate the lay of the land over there is right now. It's fine, I know where it is. I can just go get it again. I just can't be bothered to run all the way back over there right now. So that leaves me with not a ton of other options, however. Because we climbed all the way up through the garden from the right. And that's how we ended up where we ended up. We went through like 3 areas before bad things happened. No. Soma is one of those odd stipulations. But that's mostly because Dracula isn't the problem at the end of the day here. It's more complicated than that in this situation. Considering, you know, Soma is currently carrying a portion of Dracula around within his very body. Due to a whole strange scenario of inheriting powers and things like that. Well, this one's also an odd duck as far as that goes anyway. Like, this is like the one time that this is a scenario like that out of the entire series. Though, actually, now, the whole Dracula isn't the problem thing kind of is common among the 3DS games. You're assuming there's a main canon to Castlevania in the first place, which is a mistake. Like, these games, I don't think were ever meant to be strung together in any way other than, oh hey, there's Belmonts and there's Dracula. And they'll continue to fight. Other than that, oh yeah, the shit's happening. The shit's just kind of happening. Like, this series basically has kind of like 3 main rules. Dracula is usually involved somehow. Belmonts are usually involved somehow. The vampire killer is ridiculous in that it is somehow just a leather whip that can kill vampires. And there's one other usually constant thing. Oh yeah, death is always around somewhere. There you go. Those are the 3 things. In theory, yes. In practice, I think there's actually something to prevent that, because he's usually actually portrayed as being kind of fucking miserable in some instances. Like, I'm pretty sure there are times where he would not necessarily mind. I'm pretty sure there is a stipulation involved in how he became how he is, where he can't do it himself. Oh yeah, I do have the ability to walk underwater now, so I can go into more of this bit down here, much as I don't want to. See if we find anything useful down here. Okay, that is useful. That is more mobility. Doesn't get me anywhere I couldn't get to before, but it gives me more mobility options in combat, which is important. Because now I can do fun flips and avoid death. Which, since the bosses are randomized, death is quite literally just around somewhere. He won't be in his clock tower as usual, he'll just be somewhere. Which, so far, we only know where Paranoia is, and I know where the Puppet Master was. Yeah, those are all things that happened. There's a lot of things that you could very much just go, yep, that's somebody's fetish and that's why it's there with this series, honestly. Death is serving Dracula directly. Question mark indirectly. Because what I was gonna get to is, at the very least, per Lament of Innocence, which is technically the first time you actually would be having the Belmonts and Dracula interacting, I think. Or at the very least, you get to see some of what happened there. Dracula, I believe, if I'm remembering right, made a deal with death and indirectly with the devil to become what he is. Something along those lines. Someone who has paid more attention as a better memory can correct that, but the base idea of what I'm saying is correct. Like, death is always, for the most part, been portrayed in this series as being a servant of Dracula, but that specific instance shows them making a deal of some description from what I recall, which is the origin point of a lot of this. But I want to say most people also disregard Lament of Innocence as a concept, so your mileage may vary there. Is, if I recall, Symphony of the Night portrays it all as a revenge thing as well. Lament of Innocence. It's one of the PS2 Castlevanias. Like, lament as in sad at crying about something. You're still not quite there, but closer. You start with an A. It's L-A-M-N-E. I fucked it up too, but you get the point. It's L-A-M, and then the rest of what you have there. Yes, that one. I'm kind of focusing on 6 things at once here, so I cannot guarantee you verbal spelling right now. Also, the current position I'm in sucks. I'm leaving. Yeah, no, people tend to just disregard the 3D Castlevanias entirely. Which I can't really blame them on that entirely. That's fair. I was not necessarily speaking completely clearly at that moment either, so it's kind of an either-or on that scenario. So going down into the water got me double jump. Problem is, I'm still seeing that my only real option is to go back where we died. Which is not usually the greatest plan. Unless there's actually a path above here that I'm forgetting about. Which I think there might actually be a path here. I think I just didn't go this way. Extensive in what regards? Because that's a different answer depending on what part you're concerned about it being extensive in. I can randomize basically everything numeric, everything mechanical. There's even a full mapped randomizer where I could have every room in the game reshuffled. I mean, I kind of put it down there at the bottom of the screen for a reason there, Lark. Because I know most people aren't going to catch that part. That's why I put it there in the hopes that people will get the idea. is I can't really put a wall of text explaining that in front of people constantly. That's still not really an answer I can give directly, because my setup changes every time I'm playing this anyway, even when I'm not randomizing it. But like, every ability in the game is somewhere else. Like, double jump was definitely not where it was supposed to be. You never have the high jump at the beginning, for example. So that's a wild swap. But the problem is, it is, but it isn't a big change. Because a lot of the layout of this game can be achieved like 6 different ways. So it does and doesn't matter that it's randomized at all. That's why I have a hard time answering that question. Like, what's actually ending up mattering more is the fact that I changed all the weapon statistics and armor statistics. And I'm purposely disallowing myself anything too wildly high. That's what's making the setup actually change in any real capacity. Which, that is an aspect of the randomizer, but it's not necessarily an aspect of it being extensive, necessarily. Which is why I was having a hard time answering your question. Is to a certain degree, it may be a case of, like, you asked the right question for the answer you wanted, but the wrong question for me to understand what answer you wanted. But hopefully that answer covers the point well enough. Just gonna go touch the save point, since we're back here anyway. I was worried that that was just going to lead back to where we had started that idea, and I was correct. There was a chance there was a more extensive reward in there, which unfortunately in this case there wasn't. I believe this randomizer also changes the condition for the good ending. There are certain items you need for the good ending, and I believe those change with the randomizer. But you can find the information in the world somewhere to tell you what you need. We are not going for the good ending because I could not give a damn about that, and for the purpose of speed, there is no point in wasting time and energy on trying to chase after that, considering they could be quite literally anywhere. So we are just going to hunt down our primary foe, defeat them, and that'll be it. Which I believe our primary foe... No, Graham was the one from the first one. And that's kind of a problem, is Arya and Dawn's opposition kind of blend in my head a little bit. Is they're kind of the same, but not. Is in Arya... You don't know any of this Dracula Inheritor stuff till basically the end. But you have one specific person who's also trying to get Dracula's power. Not necessarily resurrect Dracula, just get Dracula's power, and you have to deal with him. At least as far as the start of everything there goes. The better ending technically does have a whole other situation, but that's a different discussion. I want to say, yeah, it's Graham in the first game, and then it's Dimitri and somebody else here, as well as the actual head cult lady and all the rest of the usual Dracula minions. It's been long enough since I've needed to recall that information that it's just like, yep, sure, that's information. Is that correct information? It's on the right track. I'm gonna sell all these things that will subtract health, because otherwise I'm gonna accidentally use one and die. Which, fun fact, you can actually, in the randomizer, set it so that it doesn't update what the items do. It'll tell you what the item originally does, but you would have to remember that you changed what the items do in the randomizer settings for it to not just blindside you with an item killing you instead of healing you, which can be fun. Now, it is worth noting that the specific randomizer I'm using is one that applies to all 3 DS Castlevanias, Portrait of Ruin, Order of Ecclesia, and this one. It is one program that can randomize all 3 games. As such, it has settings that don't apply to each of them. So a chunk of the extensivity is also separated in that regard. It's got like 3 pages full of settings. Oh yeah. Which I've tested that setting before, and my high potions, instead of healing, did the exact same value but subtracted. So I definitely exploded at least once drinking what I thought was going to save me. So can confirm it does have the expected results, for sure. But I also feel like it would get incredibly frustrating after a while. Just because of how much of a random crapshoot it kind of is. Like, as a bit, it would be great. But you would not want it in a long-running randomizer, at the very least. Like, if I was gonna do a short session of, like, for an April Fool's Day or something, that would be viable. But for general purpose, it would be annoying. Okay, which boss is actually in here? Oh yeah, that's a whole thing. Mina is part of why Soma actually cares about all of this. We also apparently can't skip this cutscene. Oh wait! Uh-oh. This was actually a very bad room to walk into. Because this is actually another specific sequence that triggers a bad ending. Which is why we can't skip this. See, there's a catch to this. Notice he looks a little crazy now. He's getting a little output there. Turns out if you piss somebody off enough, there ain't enough good in the world to keep him from accepting his role as the new monster of this world. Huh? Yeah, you really think this whole bringing the Dark Lord back will go well for you? It's one of a handful of exceptions, yes. Ironically enough, the entire set of DS games, the Belmonts don't matter much. Because in Portrait of Ruin, it's somebody connected to the Belmonts, but not actually a Belmont, if I'm remembering right. I think it's a Morris, which that family's been connected with Belmonts for, like, the vast majority of the series, but they never really were, like, main light at any point till there. The Order of Ecclesia is a whole other animal. That's a whole other thing where the Belmonts really just aren't even there anymore. This one, obviously, Julius Belmont's here, but he's a side character instead of the main focus. And other than those 3, I think the only other times where the Belmonts don't matter is Bloodlines and Curse of Darkness. So, like, 6 games out of a lot? And yeah, the thing she's forgetting is I'm sure there's enough of Soma still in there with no restriction anymore that he won't hesitate to just kill her because he hates her. So yeah, game over. Yep. Julius has to take responsibility and defeat the new Dracula now. And there's your hint as to what you're supposed to do to avoid that bad ending. There's a specific talisman item you get ordinarily by talking to someone, I do believe, in this one. In Aria, you actually get it directly from Mina in the front area of the game at a certain point. That's also how you unlock Julius mode. Like, if you actually want to play as a Belmont, there you go. There's your mode for that. And that'll actually roll credits and everything. So technically, you can consider that a win condition if you want to. I'm not going to. But that is a technical win condition. Like, I do believe there is a speedrun category specifically for that. Certainly not the first time they've done that, and it won't be the last time. There's plenty of surprise bad endings among these. So if I'm remembering right, the time where you need the talisman in Aria is further in than it is in this one. Though it's worth noting that you would take longer to get to where I was when that happened, normally. That's also worth keeping in mind. It still wouldn't take that long to get there. Probably only like an extra hour or two to get there, compared to when I got there, or in this situation. But it's a thing. But since we don't have that item, we do not dare enter that room. If we enter that room, we just lose. Yeah, no, there's a lot of surprise bad ending in Castlevania in general. At least after Symphony. Well, he became the new Dark Lord. Depends on how you want to view that as to exactly the nature of what happened. But more or less, the general theory is Soma fully accepted Dracula's power, but also kind of went mad with power and became a little too Dracula. So, like, I don't know if he actually is possessed, but he's definitely fulfilling the exact same role at that point. Like, Cecilia mentions that the power of chaos is being drawn to him, which chaos is kind of... How do I explain this? Based on the bits and pieces I remember. Chaos almost, I think, takes the place of the devil in some ways in this scenario. Oh yeah, the tree is in there, right. Because I believe there's a physical manifestation of chaos you end up fighting sometimes as well. And I do seem to recall that it gets referred to as the power of chaos a few times in this generation of Castlevania. Again, it's fragmentary memory because it's shit I never really kept track of in any significant capacity. Because I am not a lore junkie. It's not something I sit there and keep track of. The only reason you're even getting this much out of me on this is because of the fact that I've spent a lot of time with this series. But there are wikis that can give you far better answers than I can, if you really want to know the detailed answers to these things. These people have done a very good job of keeping up those wikis and actually having correct information, as far as I'm aware of. Like, if you want to understand mechanics of these things, I can help with that. Plot, I can only give you what bits I remember. Or infer from what is in front of us and piece that back together with memory. Yeah, if it tells you anything about the way the bad endings are done, you could bring back that thought, since I hadn't finished that line of idea yet. Even after no longer making Castlevania, when Iga went to make Bloodstained, there still is a very similar way to end up with a bad ending in that. Because something they love to do is set up a final boss fight that's a lie. Like, without spoiling anything, I can absolutely just tell you, hey, more often than not, there's gonna be an extra bit to your final boss fight in a lot of this series. We're getting played for a goddamn fool. Or, more accurately, usually someone else is getting played for a fool, and if you're not paying attention, you will just be as much of a fool for falling for the fact that you're fighting a patsy. Oh no, well, let me amend that statement. The fight itself is very real, but you're fighting the wrong opponent. That's what I mean by a fake boss fight. Like, they are usually credible threats in their own right, and it is an actual fight. But they're usually being manipulated or something along those lines. Correct. I'm just amending that before anybody comes out of the woodwork with the actuallys at me about that one, because I realized how that could be taken incorrectly. So I was adjusting it just in case. At least for clarity. Surprisingly empty room here. No, this series also does a bunch of weird things. Like, Aria of Sorrow, for example, Dracula's castle's actually, like, in the eclipse of the moon. For reasons. Like, I seem to recall that there's an actual reason given, but I don't remember what the reason is. Because I don't think it was ever given directly in that game. I think it's external information that kind of makes that one make sense. Like, I want to say it was, like, some variety of method of sealing Dracula, since eclipses don't happen that often. It's like, okay, if he's stuck in there and the castle only exists in an eclipse, he can't be as big a problem anymore. Yeah, I'll go ahead and wear that. That's better armor, and we've done enough work to earn better armor. Now, admittedly, the whole being able to control the souls of things and use them as weapons and such kind of runs a bunch of questions there, too, because Dracula's never shown to have that ability, necessarily, in the same way. So it's like, okay, did he gain this ability just because it's like, okay, he's inheriting power, so maybe it just comes out differently just because he's inheriting it rather than it being the same power? But there's a lot of layers of who knows to that. The realistic answer being more than likely they wanted to do cool thing and couldn't really figure out a way to explain cool things, so they just went with the closest explanation they could come up with that sounded decent. Ooh, that ended up getting holy. Yeah, the Great Axe armor for attack, as you can see there, is very useful because it covers a lot of area, and it also having Holy attached is good. Is I did change the skill attributes as well. Like, all skills could actually even have, like, different animations and everything entirely. But I went only with their attributes being changed, because I didn't want to have to deal with glitchy, weird attacks. Because when I tried that out before, it has some very, very strange results. Like, you could try to use a spell that would ordinarily spin this axe around, and it would just spawn a rocket instead. Things like that. Fascinating and really fun to play around with, but if you have any amount of expectations for what's gonna happen, you'll be very confused. And it makes it kind of hard to get a set of usable things together when nothing works as you'd expect it to. And frequently just doesn't even work at all. Because randomizing that is very much a experimental feature. It's also worth noting that I don't think that this randomizer's being worked on anymore either. Because when I went looking for new versions, I think the version I ended up grabbing was from last year. So either it's being slowly worked on or not worked on at all anymore. Really don't want to deal with another Alerne, and I especially don't want to deal with a pile of mimics. Oh, there's a weapon up there. I knew I had a reason to come back over this way. Spear of Longinus. Useless. Useless trash. Now, I probably should have just went through the door that was down there, but I'm coming back up here because I wanted to go this way. I'm not sure if this is actually a good idea at all. In fact, it seems like I may have forgotten that there is not, in fact, another door there. I could have swore I opened another door higher up in here, but apparently I'm remembering wrong. But I did find spaghetti, so there's that. And it does actually heal health. Good. I was expecting it to be like the meat strip and it was just gonna give me mana and I was gonna be sad. Because a lot of the time, as I've talked about when I've played these before, I don't end up really using my mana that much. Like, I'll use it when I've got a bad situation, or I'll use it in boss fights, but my general traveling is mostly just by whatever weapon I have that I'm using. Unless it's more effective at a specific angle or something. The exception being, of course, once you get a couple of the really ridiculously powerful bullet souls, I'll use them everywhere. But even then, you usually aren't using enough mana at that point that it doesn't matter. Ellen. Menus. There's that room I showed y'all before where Julius is looking at the weird floor. Since I'm probably not going to go in there at any point, I will just talk about that a bit. Because if I remember right, when you get through that doorway there, you end up having to fight Julius. I seem to recall you at the very least have to fight Julius at some point, and I feel like that's the spot, but that fight is optional, from what I recall. And thus is why I'm probably not going to end up having it happen unless he's one of the random boss fights that happens. Because he ends up being moved somewhere. I don't know if he's part of the boss pool or not. Because you don't get a soul from him. So I don't know if they put him in the rotation to be placed in any of those locations. It depends on how the randomizer logic works in that regard. And I, for one, do not know, because I've not used this extensively. I've only used it a little bit. Like, this is the 4th real run I think I've ever done with this, and most of those runs were not complete runs. Because it was usually tinkering with it, seeing how it works, and deciding whether I wanted to stream it. And basically all of those other times I decided, nah, it's a little scuffed in places, and I've got too many other ideas to do this one right now. But doing a Castlevania game seemed like a good idea to lead into October. So it's like, okay, well, which one haven't I done in a while? Answer this one. And it does at least randomize interestingly. Though I do think some of the other ones randomize their progression a bit better than this one does. In that the progression items actually matter. At the very least, they matter more. Like the situation we had with Circle of the Moon where I was actually stuck a couple times. Symphony of the Night, you can very easily have a situation where you really do need a specific item to go places. Unless you really know that one. Even Aria, you can be locked out of certain areas by not having the right soul. This one, I feel like, does that less than Aria does. Which is a blessing and a curse. It really depends on what you're looking for out of it. Okay, I need to get past Frankenstein's monster in order to make progress. That's what I was afraid of, but I was double checking myself. You do not want that cave troll to actually attack, by the way, because that thing's attacks always really hurt to begin with, and I'm sure the randomized version of it is not going to be great to deal with. Because it seems like it has a similar amount of health to what it normally has, based on how many hits it was taking. So I have to assume that it would be similarly dangerous if it hit me. So we have a little bit of a problem. Because right now, if old Big Mean and Green hits me, I'm dead. So I guess I'll use my spaghetti here. I didn't really want to. Nope, I can't squeeze past him. That's what I was afraid of. And the problem is, he punches fast enough that I don't think I have enough damage to kill him before he can punch me. And as you saw, his arm covers the majority of that room. So the way I see it, I have two options. Technically three. One is retreat entirely using the ticket, which leads to the technical additional option of I walk back instead and try to find an alternative route around here without fully retreating. Or I try to come up with a way to get around him out of what I have. Which, I'll be honest, that's my only play, I think, is puppeting past him, which works. I just forgot I had Puppet Master because I don't use it, like, ever, unless there's one of those puppet spots in front of me, because that's its only actual function. So I just don't think of it otherwise. Also, I think this door over here is the one I needed that tower key that I didn't end up going back and picking up to get through. So that's an issue for not long from now. Golden Axe. He almost killed me. Awkward. Yeah, you know, that's about as good as an axe made out of gold would be, huh? I was known as not good at all. Oh, just use the knockback to get through there. Don't risk it unnecessarily. Feel like I've misplaced some hidden walls, even though it's supposed to be indicating where they are. Is the fact that we haven't seen any is suspect. But they're supposed to be blinking. And like I have the peeping eye soul, which I don't. What boss is this? Oh, it's just the giant bat. Okay. That is going to be the toughest it'll ever be. I also forgot that this is all of the bats, not they form into a giant bat, necessarily, in this particular one. Oh, they're gonna get me here, because I have forgotten this thing's moveset entirely. I was remembering the Arya bat fight, not this bat. Yep, we're so fucking dead. Its big advantage is it covers a lot of the room, and we don't have a lot of healing to compensate for it just contact damaging us, essentially. The good news is we found a save point before that happened. The bad news is there isn't a warp point around here, which is weird. I know there's one in this area over here, but I missed it somewhere. And usually the warp points aren't super far away from the save points. But this may be a situation where the warp point's on the other side of the door, is they wouldn't expect you to be in this vicinity without the key. Which we do know where the key is. It's just right up there in the demon guest house. I know you guys can't see the map, but you know what I'm talking about with that. It's right above the starting area. Which, yeah, I can't actually pull the map up for y'all to see without pulling that screen up. Sound alerts seem to be acting up, but hey there, Callista, how's it going? I definitely did not hear that, but I see it there, so... I don't know if sound alerts are just being super delayed again, or if they've just broken again. Because apparently a bunch of people were having sound alert troubles the past, like, week or so again. So it may be a service issue. There was the Ripper that nearly killed me. Can poke around some bits of here. No, it's probably not worth it. If I kick it out, the only real play I have is to go back to the same warp point we used to get over here, or go up and get the key. Those are the only two plays I've really got. Which I should just go get the key. Because one way or the other, we need that key in order to progress in that section up there. Because if I'm remembering right, that key leads to the final area. Or at the very least, what is much closer to the final area. Which obviously, even if we get up to the final door, we're not going to be going in quite yet. We got some work to do before we go through that door. Because we are not strong enough for me to feel super confident in doing that fight. Even though that fight's not as bad as the actual final fight. I don't mind being... Actually, I should check the shops again. Because we have gotten a couple new areas, so Hammer might have new stuff, and I may have the right souls to make something. Looking at Yoko. We shall see. He did not say that he had anything new, so he might not have anything new. But I may just buy some healing then. So we don't really have any... Well, the Falchion's not bad. Ascalon's also okay. Final Sword is the final straw. It is fucking garbage. Just like... I love how the Great Axe and the Final Sword, which are both usually pretty good two-handed weapons, both have 9 attack. They're both just garbage entirely. There's something just very funny about that to me. We of course have the Chakram still. The whip is not good. Yeah, with the armor we found, the Eversing, we don't actually have much use for most of the armor he's selling anymore, aside from the Elfin Robe. Which would actually be reasonable for us to have at this point, but it wouldn't be enough of an increase for me to bother at this point either. If we get close to where I'm planning to end and we're not making progress anymore, I'll buy the Flame Necklace. I think that's the plan I have, is that'll give me a nice boost to my defense to help push through a problem. But I'm not buying it right now. Alternatively, the Scarf lowers my defense but raises my attack. No. I'm mildly worried that the game is actually going to require me to go through the Mina sequence. So from what I recall, that sequence is only needed if you're trying to do the correct ending. I think you can just walk past that and just go straight for the end, depending on the circumstances you have. Especially in a randomizer. But that, of course, could be me remembering wrong. Also, the chainmail is actually better than the Eversing, which is so wrong. But then again, it also gives like 1,000,000 constitutions, so that's probably why. Oh yeah, I never even checked Death's Robe. That's a lot of attack increase. Okay, not using that. I don't know if I'd want to take that attack drop. Not for just 8 defense. Hey, let me buy the healing items while we're here, though. Yeah, Hammer's still having a whole moment about Yoko. Oh! These uncursed potions are ridiculous, actually. I don't know if I really want to be buying them. At least not en masse, but I'll buy a couple for bad situations. Then again, they are more reasonable than the Paella. The Paella giving... Actually, no. The Paella only gives 200 health. That's more in line with the, like, the high potions. So no, we'll actually take a few of those. So we can afford 6 of those. You know, ice cream subtracting health feels a little too real. It's upsetting thinking about that. Like, ooh, delicious ice cream. Oh, regret. Yeah, since we're in scavenger mode, we can't really get that many of these souls to actually make any of these fusions line up. So fusions are going to be pretty rare for me to get. Getting Death Scythe would be nice, but we would need to get Ghost Dancer's soul, and under normal circumstances, we just go kill a dozen Ghost Dancers and hope for the best, but that's not really gonna happen here. And most of the rest of this aren't even things that I'm that interested in. The Longinus transformation is the only thing I really want. Is we know the hot dogs aren't that good, because they only heal mana. Hiroshiki, we don't know what it does. Because we know it's a consumable item. It's a food item. But as to what exactly it does, I'm not sure. Mind-ups, I think... Didn't we see that mind-ups were good? So, converting the castle map would be nice. In fact, yeah, they're in the restores HP section. So presumably they would be helpful. Unless the castle map heals? No, that cures Petrify. Melon heals for a lot, though. Okay. We've got something here. There's also a certain irony to me buying uncursed potions, which is the other reason why I was willing to buy those even though they heal for a lot for not much money. Because ordinarily, I avoid uncursed potions like the plague because getting cursed really isn't that big a deal. Also, I'm going the wrong way because I immediately forgot what I was doing because I was off on that tangent. Yeah, being cursed really doesn't do that much to me. His curse just reduces your mana. It's like, oh no, what a shame, I can't use the souls that I'm not using. Oh no, what a shame. Anyway. Like, it can be rough sometimes because you need to use a specific thing somewhere. And you'll be cursed and you can't use it. So you're just stuck sitting there waiting. That sucks. But other than that, it's just like, eh, whatever. So reclaim the Warg Soul since we knew it was up here. Like, for those who came in later on, we already did all of this before, but we died after having done this without having saved because the lay of the land here is a little rough, or at least it was for the condition we were in at the time. What's up, Lark? Exactly. Now, nah, that's how these randomizers go. There will always be at least one part where I go a long stretch without being able to save and then die. That's just how it goes. It's happened in most of the Metroid randomizers I've done. It's happened in most of these. It just is what it is. Because the save points are distributed in such a way that sometimes you just have those bad stretches. That's why you just have to live a life of no attachment to anything you have in these randomizers, because you might not have it for long. It's kind of like playing crowd control. You just expect it be taken away from you at any point. Okay, that's the exit, but there's things in here we want. Not that. That wasn't the thing we wanted. We want the pendant. Yeah, you know, that's a lot worse. That is definitely a lot worse. There we go. There's the reason why we came here. We can actually use this mirror now, too, because I don't think we had paranoia when we came up here the first time. Nope, because there's a great sword here, which is probably not actually that great a sword. Yep, what do you know? It's trash. Throw it in the bin with the rest of them. Good lord. This is why you have to save often and make backup saves. Let this be a lesson to everyone out there watching. Save your games. I don't care what you're doing, why you're doing it. Fucking save the games. Save your games like you save work progress. Just keep saving. Ooh, the Mach Punch is actually pretty strong. With how short this reach is, I'm actually willing to use this, even though it has pretty high attack compared to what I probably should have right now. It also attacks fast. The fact that it's also electric is funny. Or I don't think it ordinarily is. I think it is only a pure, like, physical attack normally. Oh yeah, there's a whole, like, piano puzzle as well. Which we probably aren't going to do unless I find the hint for it again, because I do not remember what the solution to that puzzle is in the slightest. Yeah. I have a Mach Punch weapon now, so I'm just punching things. Okay, I do have to interact with that. Here we go. Ta-da! Shortcuts. I mean, it works under similar rules here, considering it is very fast. So let's see, we got Rosary, which is actually pretty good. The Pendant, which is actually worth something for once. Incredible. Because the Pendant is usually just like a garbage item. Like, it does a very tiny buff, and even when you get it ordinarily, it's usually worthless. Mega Bonk's good stuff. Have fun with that. Yeah, you know what, I'll go ahead and put the Pendant on. If for nothing else but the comedy value of the Pendant actually being worthwhile. We still don't have an enchant soul at all. So we have no passive benefit souls yet. Yeah, because this isn't like a sound puzzle or anything, in case anybody's worried about that. I think there's literally just like a note list somewhere that'll tell you what the keys to hit are. Like there's some sheet music or something that'll tell you what you're supposed to do with that. Adam, cease. Cease your shenanigans. Joke's on you, game. I can get that without going up there. Oh, yeah. And you're not going to unlock a lot of them for a while, based on my experience with Mega Bonk so far. I've played for, I think, a little over 10 hours, and I haven't even unlocked half of them. Some of the unlock conditions for them take a little bit. Let's actually go further up. I'm just gonna bully you off the ledge. I don't have to deal with you. I need to remember we're on scavenger mode, so hunting down enemies only matters for experience. They don't drop items at all. Things I never see those flying archers do. That move. Because usually they die before they get to do that weird arrow circle. Yeah, that's the way we went when we died, so we'll go there in a second, but I'm gonna clean up over here because we didn't actually go this way last time we were here. So there might actually be something of merit up here. And at the very least, we should probably clean out the boss that's up here anyway. Because, you know, every area has a boss. Punch a witch and she just turns to dust. Or in this case, just turns into a cat. Which is probably not the strangest thing we'll see today. Ah, there's the warp room for here. Okay. I wondered about that. You know, for safety, since we did a lot of walking, let's warp down, save, and then warp back up again. At the rate we're progressing through the map, though, this may take less time than I thought it would. Considering we've got 43% of the map already, and we're only 2 hours in. And I've been purposely hampering myself back a bit, too. I could have equipped much better things and probably been done already, if I really wanted to. Which is the iffy things with these randomizers in particular, is that they can get very easy sometimes. There are settings. I could have adjusted the weighting for like 90% of the stats, but I prefer to leave them like more true random personally, rather than influencing that. It just, the more regular random seems to not actually be as random as I would like it to be. We go. There's the boss door, which means this should be the save point. Which means I wasted my time warping down, but it's fine. It never hurts to hedge your bets. The boss doors are important because that's where a lot of our stuff is, considering we don't get stuff from regular enemies, like I was just talking about. It's either that or finding rooms like where that mace just was. That's our only means of gaining any power. Other than the shop. Leather armor, probably not worth it. Mace is also probably not worth it, yeah. Yeah, the leather armor's better than it should be, but not better enough. Now, who's going to be the boss in here? Obviously, I need to save again because I went and picked up more stuff. I don't really want to have to walk back to those two items. And the only reason I even care about those items, even though I'm not going to use them, is A, they're saving their potential money, and they are potential item replacements, because I might be able to change them into more useful stuff. Oh, it's you. That guy. The guy whose name I forgot. Zephyr. Okay. I forgot the top screen also has the enemy names and such. Yeah, his whole thing is he can stop time. He's how we'll get through that room with the time stopper and the cannon ordinarily. And he's dead now. I wasted that heal. Oh well. And we got killer fish out of him, so this was a waste of my time. But we did it. That's another boss done. Oh yeah, another alternative idea I had for the weapon lock concept, by the way, would be using the lock portion of it a little bit differently, in that if I died with a weapon type, I wouldn't be able to use it anymore. What happened? Yeah, that's how it goes. The scaling in Megabunk can do some very interesting things sometimes. Like that, usually in a game of that style, I can understand where the power creep comes from. That one sometimes doesn't make sense. Like, I know that there's a reason for it, but I can't put a finger on why sometimes something just goes way better. And it's not entirely a bad thing. It's just a confusing thing. Oh yeah, I think you need the specific souls to get through these walls here. So we need Apprentice Witch, Disc Armor, and then whatever's behind these. So that is a future problem. You're fine. I understand the excitement of Mega Bong, so you're good. Punch everything. I don't know why all you were in this room, but I'm gonna punch all of you. Okay. Everything is fine. This room also was completely pointless, so that's good. Speaking of pointless rooms, it looks like there's nothing in this room too. Which I think I can partially blame that on the randomizer, because I think one of the options it can roll is nothing. Which, you know, that's always unfortunate when you get literally nothing. I'd rather at least get garbage so I can at least get money out of it. Okay, now we're back here. We are stronger than we were when we got here before, though, so we should be okay. Actually, is this... No, I think I went the other way last time. I went further down and around. Unless we happen to die here, which might be the case. I do not remember entirely. But the music that's happening in the back of this does not sound familiar. Oh, good, I found the save point immediately. That'll save me some trouble. Knock it off. It's interesting that the killer clowns are here, of all places. Okay, yeah, we're at the pinnacle. The pinnacle, I think, might actually be where I want to be. Oh, nunchucks. Are they any good? Because that would be funny. Nope. Wait. Oh, I see what's called the Valman Way animation. Now I understand. Because the Valman Way and like one or two other weapons in this kind of function like the Chrysogrim in Symphony of the Night, as in you can move and attack with them. So these nunchucks are actually somewhat worthwhile if I want to just walk around and chuck things. Which might be fun to do for a bit. Well... Because ordinarily someone will stop when he attacks things. So having something that allows full free range of movement and attacking is actually kind of wild. And, you know, attack speed. Okay, yeah, the special on that's not that big a thing. I haven't really been showing off the special attacks weapons have, but every weapon has a special attack it can do in addition to its regular attack in this game. Just a lot of them really aren't that remarkable, so I just never remember to use them. Right, I haven't killed any Great Armors yet, so I don't know what his weakness is. His weakness is attacking him in the toe, apparently. He had way less health than those things usually have. And I really can't say that I'm upset about that in the slightest. Now, there is a potential catch that may make this take longer than I'm making it sound like it will. Because I don't know if boss randomization moves where the target I'm looking for is, or if he's a static target. It didn't say, so there's a very real possibility that our final boss that will achieve the ending I'm going for may not be where he's supposed to be. And I may or may not have only just had that pop into my mind now, which is why I'm bringing it up now. I was just running merrily along, like, oh yeah, if it gets bad, I'll just run straight to the finale and it'll be over. Yeah, about that. Like, part of me wants to check is... the staircase here might look real familiar. So technically, we can rush this if I want to. What I might do is we'll hit a save point, walk in there, see if he's where he's supposed to be, and then I'll die to him on purpose. Just so we know that he's there, where he's supposed to be. And then I will fight him when I feel I'm ready for that. Soul Eater Ring, which ordinarily makes souls a lot more common. Okay. Increases appearance rate of souls. Doesn't help here since we're in scavenger mode where no souls drop. But, you know... another one of those... it's another item situations. Okay, hang on. We got Mina's Talisman. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Said to suppress dark souls. Is it's meant to protect Soma from turning evil. Okay, so we have options. I can actually show off that sequence of events without the bad thing happening. Just keep breaking more statues, stealing more stuff. Ooh. Okay, we got the Zephyr Soul, so we can actually go the other way, too. Yeah, coming up here was a great idea. There are so many things we've gained. Which, as you might imagine, being able to stop time is actually, you know, kind of useful in and of itself. Not as useful as you might think it is, admittedly. Because I don't recall ever actually, like, using it in the combat application, because I think a decent amount of the things you would want to use it against doesn't work against. Another one of those situations where I'm reasonably confident it just doesn't work on bosses, for example. But I don't actually think I ever tried. So I might be wrong about that. If I just stand right here, he's gonna stop right in front of me. Yep, dead. I think that goes right into the fight, so let me find a save point. It'll be really funny if we go through that door and it's just gonna be like the first boss or something. That's honestly what I'm expecting. Like, I'm gonna open that door and Dullahan's gonna be behind that door, and it's like, it's gonna be the most disappointing reveal of all time. You can't be telling me that there ain't at least a save point up here somewhere. Do I really have to go all the way back down for the save point? It's looking like that is, in fact, exactly what I need to do. Which at that rate, it arguably would be just as fast, if not faster, to use my ticket. Go back to the hub area at the beginning. And then go from there. Wait, no, actually, that doesn't go right into the fight, because there's more stairs there. I'm stupid. There may be another fight there that I'm forgetting about. I feel like that room right before it is something in this version of the game, and I'm just not remembering what. It's very funny when those bomb armors explode when they don't actually drop their bomb at their feet like they're supposed to. Their bomb misses completely and they're just like, no, I'm gonna explode anyway. My purpose is to explode, so I will explode. Okay, save, and now unfortunately we are gonna have to walk back the same path I just walked. So, you know, buckle up for that excitement. And yes, that waiter skeleton threw his food and then exploded. Didn't even have to kill him, he just takes himself out. That's not bad, yeah. Sometimes you can get just the right setup to really stick around in there for a while. So that final section scales very quickly. Some people swear by Clank. I am not that with it on that one. That's the best part, is it also will get harder. Yeah, that's a fairly common thing. Is, as far as I'm aware, that final bit isn't winnable or anything, because you already got your win basically by defeating the boss of the stage. Everything in that final bit is gravy, essentially. Assuming you did the teleporter, of course. If you didn't, then, well, that is, but it isn't a win. Okay, never mind, there actually wasn't anything here, and this probably is a save point. Yep, sure is, so I wasted a lot of time walking all the way back to another save point. I've been there before. It is actually sometimes easier to have the final swarm there. At least the first part of it. Is they're easier to control. Yep. Even when you do the achievement to unlock a thing, you have to use silver to unlock whatever it is that you earned. So get ready to grind a lot of silver. Yeah, because you need the revolver as well. I have mixed feelings about it just because of the pricing on some of it. Pricing starts to make it feel a little grindy. Okay, there's the student witch soul, which we know we need for something. And there's Twitch chat disconnecting again. Thanks, Twitch. Way to go, buddy. What a wonderful website that never has issues. It's back already. I'm just giving them hell. Okay, so I just need disc armor to get past that other hallway. Assuming there isn't a third door, which I think there is, but I don't know what the third door would need. Because we couldn't get that far to see that yet. But up the stairs to see who is up there. Not that I've encountered yet, and I did purposely level a weapon a lot. And I did not see, like, ascensions or anything, nor did I see combinations at all so far. But they do kind of weirdly drip feed mechanics, so maybe I just didn't get it yet. Also, this is definitely not what you're supposed to find here, and I'm really upset that this bastard is here. Because he really hurts. Thankfully, he is very slow, so you can just pummel him to death like that. You just gotta be fast, because unless you have a bunch of healing or a lot of defense, he's going to melt you with that laser. And he gave me the Flea Man soul. Wonderful. So ordinarily, part of the bit here is you actually are meant to use the mirror to find the thing that's controlling the person you're actually fighting here. But unfortunately, that didn't happen here, because that fight didn't actually occur in this room. So we have our work cut out for us, because we're gonna have to check every boss room then in order to go find the actual final fight. As I feared with Boss Rando. But that's the fun of it. You make it more complicated by making it so that you might have to traipse around the whole damn map looking for your final battle. Because otherwise, I could have rushed up here a while ago. Like, the second I had it... No, I didn't even need Hippogriff when I got up here, nor did I need Double Jump. There sure is. The character levels don't do too much. It's mostly for skins. But the character levels do exist. Trust me, you haven't even seen the half of what the game does yet. As I said, they drip feed some of the stuff out, so there are a lot more unlocks than you'll see at first glance. But I will not explain anything further than that. It does, but it doesn't. A bunch of the stuff I saw early on really did not impress me in that regard, compared to a lot of other Survivor-style games. But as it goes, it catches up. So I do kind of wish it did a little bit more during a run. I could make a hot dog. I could turn the giant laser monster I fought into a hot dog. Joyous day. If I had Flame Demon, I could make a gold stud, which I don't particularly care about. I also wouldn't want to turn a crown into Umanu's 1-3, probably. So we still have no synthesis that helps. Got anything new for me, Hammer? Doesn't look like he got anything new. Nope, he absolutely has nothing new. Okay, that's fine. Let me sell some stuff so I can buy some more food items, though. Really need the massive MP restoration. Well, we'll hang on to that because I might be able to transform that into something. That's worth enough money to me that I'll go ahead and sell that. The crown just being a nullified curse item is very funny to me. Let's see. And reminder, if anybody wants to try to slow me down at all you have to do is gift 5 subs and you'll be able to dictate what type of weapon I use until the next boss I beat. So, bear that in mind. The option remains yours. I need this Serenity Robe. I'm just offloading junk items. Wow, none of these rings sell for anything. Max out on those. Buy a couple bottles of milk. Bear in mind, you can actually queue up, like, more items than you could afford. It'll just tell you no. It would be nice if it stopped at the amount you could afford, but it is what it is. Now stocked with healing items, I kinda don't fear anything. So our next port of call is gonna be going back to where I showed off the bad ending. Unintentionally. Because we have Mina's Talisman now, we should be able to do that sequence of events correctly. Means giving up our pendant, but that's fine. It only knocks our attack down by a little bit. It does raise our defense a bunch, and our luck by a lot. Not that luck really matters for us here, but, you know. My closest teleport is the Garden of Madness here. The increased defense probably will matter a bit, because we were getting chewed up over here. Might actually go back to, like, the Mach Punch or something here soon, because as nice as being able to attack on the go is, the damage output does fail me sometimes. I also want to just connect this up on the map. Just because we didn't in any of the realities we survived. Though there is also pathways here, too. Am I gonna get sidetracked already? The answer may surprise you in that it's yes. Yes, I will. Right, because this is where the Panther Soul was. That would connect up to that whole tower up there. I'm not gonna pursue that right now. Because we have actually followed that path before. Or no, it went to the bottom door of the square area over there on the left. The area with all those little single room rooms. I know single room makes so much sense, but you understand what I mean. I can pop down here for whatever's in this little corridor here. Heart pendant and beef curry. Heart pendant any good in this reality? Not really. So many of my accessories have been just bleh. That's upsetting, by the way, that the gardener was able to throw his plants up through the floor. Durandal might be good. Ordinarily, that's a solid weapon. Under our very weird circumstances, it's hard to say. Under these circumstances, it is in fact actually good. That might be one of the strongest weapons I have. At least in pure raw damage. Nice, found a save point. Always good. We missed the save point completely when we went running through here before. Because I didn't go high enough up for it. Oh hey, another boss door. Or is this the same one? We have Mina's Talisman on. I thought I went... Oh, we entered this from the other side. Wait. This is the same... Oh, no, I know what happened. So there's a weird situation here, and it may be confusing to look at. What happened is... The room where that's ordinarily supposed to happen is here. The whole sequence with Mina getting killed. But it got moved because the boss rooms got moved. I'm pretty sure. Unless they just used the same tiles for both rooms, which they might have. also forgot about this boss entirely. Like, I genuinely don't even remember ever fighting this guy. I clearly had to have, because I've done every fight in this game. That was a weird noise. Maybe I'm hearing things. Yeah, we're not gonna go so far as to grab, like, the Durandal or anything. I guess I'll just go back to the Alucard sword for this. Yeah, his whole shtick is he just sends his bugs around. Not bad, not bad. I don't think I've unlocked a single skin yet because I've just never bothered. I bounce around too much, nor have I spent the silver to get any of them when I did get them. Armor Knight Soul. Okay. And this area just proceeds from there, but that's not what I was trying to do. This did prove that this is another room where the boss isn't. Probably because you were distracted by everything else that was happening at that time. Also, you can only go through the portal on tier 2 and higher. Tier 1, there is no portal, technically. Like, the structure is there, but it doesn't actually go anywhere. Because tier 1, there is only one stage. And every tier afterwards, there is as many stages as there are tiers, essentially. Slap. Yeah, this is the one that we needed the talisman for. Which, I wonder if they randomized what talisman or what have you that I need for this. It'd be very funny if Mina's talisman doesn't actually solve this time. We still can't skip this at all, either. Rip. Still happening. Yep, there we go. So yeah, the whole thing was that wasn't even the real Mina anyway. And now all of that power pours into the doppelganger instead. Which this sets up the rest of the game, more or less. Is it's actually Dimitri. It was a good party trick, that's for sure. Yeah, now he can steal souls just like we can. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, he now fulfills the criteria. Now he'll run off to learn how to use the power, or to try to beat us properly. Ignoring the fact that they could have just finished us off when we were weakened there just then. But, you know. Nope, doing rash things is our specialty. And I don't know if it's ever actually explicitly stated, but it is incredibly heavily implied that Arikado there is, as you might imagine from the very similar name, is Alucard. So, you know, it suddenly makes a bit more sense that just man in suit is a threat to them. Oh, yeah. No, it's a serious upgrade when you go to Tier 2. They are not fucking around. I was kind of hoping for more out of these throwing sickles. We will stick to the nunchucks. Okay, so that connects this up. Yeah, you'll notice we went into a boss room, but we didn't actually fight a boss in there at all. They just used that boss door on that specific one, I believe, as just a warning. To encourage you to save before you go through that door, so you don't just lose out by getting caught by the trick there. So if they're not in any of those rooms, where are they? Since we're in the neighborhood, we may as well go up the tower again and use the tower key. We're still missing a fair few bosses, but I think... Take stock for a second. Is we fought the first area boss, we fought the Demon Guest House boss, we fought the Pinnacle boss, we fought the Garden of Madness boss. Did I? Yeah, I fought a boss down in the Wizardry Lab. Did I win that one, or was that one of the ones I bailed on? That might be one I bailed on. But we know who it was anyway. Right, because it was Paranoia down there. We know where he is, but we didn't fight him. He may hold something we need, but we at the very least know that the final fight is not over there. So yeah, I think my current course of action is good enough. I should probably check the rest of this room, actually. Yep, because there's a soul over here. I don't know why that said null. Also, bad form's not supposed to be a red soul, so something's wrong there. We'll use a save point before we touch that. Because something may have gone a little squirrely with the randomizing there. Oh yeah, the arena's down here, isn't it? Because all of these have the arena. Also, I thought I turned area... But yeah, actually no, area names should be on, so why didn't the area name for here pop up yet? Or am I just not on the right part to get to the nameplate yet? Mushroom. What does the mushroom do? Cures poison. Okay, you know what? Fair enough. Not really sure what I was expecting. Uh-huh. You thought you were clever. Alright. Puppet Master, get me through there. If that was properly working bat form, I also could use that to get through gaps like that, because it would make us small enough. I just don't know if that's actually bat form, because it's in the wrong slot. I forget if this is the one that kills you instantly with spikes, but I think it is. Which is why I'm being real careful about those. Some of these are instant kill spikes as far as the series goes, and I don't remember which ones are which. Okay, there's the boss for this section. We'll deal with that in a second. That might actually be where you ordinarily fight Dimitri the first time? Or is this where I fight the other guy? Whose name escapes me because he was just kind of a footnote. Okay, let's see what's behind door number this one. Interesting. So they separated those. I'm gonna have to explain something here, because otherwise this fight's not gonna make any sense at all with what I'm talking about. Ordinarily, this fire demon is a hidden fight. Ordinarily, this would be what's guiding one of the other Dark Lord candidates. The guy whose name I can't remember. This would be one of those hidden things that you would have to actually look using something else to find this part of the fight. So the fact that he's just here and he's in a fucking underwater section is very weird. Oh, anti-venom's also heal. Oh, I'll just do that then. He also hits like a damn house. And with the fact that he's above the water like this, I'm actually gonna have a really hard time hurting him. I also don't know how much health he's gonna have. Probably a fair amount. And by a fair amount, I don't necessarily mean fair as in balanced. Paranoia doesn't help. Killer Clown could work here, but if I was gonna do that, I'd do Ripper. Fleamen won't work, though. It's hilarious that they have 4 elements attached to Fleamen. That is very funny. Student Witch just summons a cat. Which, the attack cats are actually really good, not in this situation. If he was actually in the water, I'd actually say this is one of the few times I could use Killer Fish. I think we just use our Ripper Soul here. The fact that he doesn't actually go all the way to the ground to do his wave attack is also fucked up, by the way. Ordinarily, he has to hit the ground when he's doing that dash to make the wave, but he can't actually pass through the water, so he hits the water and then it counts as him hitting the ground. So the wave comes out. That's actually both fascinating and really annoying. This is one of the things I love about playing randomizers, though, is the weird nonsense that occurs when you place things where they don't belong. He's so damn wide, though. It's hard to get around him with the movement we have in the water. And if you can't get around him, you can't get an angle to get out of the water to attack him. Like, I would not be surprised if they expected me to find Undyne Soul before I got to this. Which means Undyne Soul might actually be really close by somewhere. also only doing 11s with those. I'm doing 8s with the sickles. I think the sickles might be better. I also don't know what he's weak to. Like, I'm pretty sure ordinarily he'd be weak to ice, but all of the weaknesses are randomized. I mean, Killer Clown is electric, whereas Ripper is stab, so I could try Killer Clown. It'll have the same attack angle at the very least. Problem is, he keeps sweeping around and bumping into me, so I can't do anything. Is he a bastard that way? Yes, he is. Okay, that is doing more damage, I think. I couldn't see the number very well because it was buried in his body. Fuck's sake! Quit hovering above my head, you fuck. I know the ads are gonna start here during the fight, but let's be real, you aren't missing anything with this hype, intense action that's happening here. Of me just throwing things at him until he dies. Flying upward. Oh, there we go, now he's spitting fireballs. Which is great for us right now, because that actually gives me time to attack him. I have to use up so many items just to make this shit happen. And I could absolutely just let the... Actually, wait, don't I still have the RPG? Sure do. And that's strike, stab, slash, so it's not fire. So it shouldn't be a problem in that regard. I completely forgot I had this thing. So I don't even know why I'm worrying about it being fire anyway, considering I just said that his resistances are randomized. But the rockets seem to be effective, so I'll take what I can get. Got him. It took way more than it needed to because he was in an awkward place, but we got him. And it was a useless soul as well. Lovely. At least I seem to recall Molluska's not useful. What's it even do? It seems to be doing nothing. Good. Good, I'm glad Molluska is a completely unusable soul under the circumstances. That's always wonderful to see. Okay, we don't need the RPG anymore. What is it about Mondays and the Twitch chat disconnecting a bunch? I don't understand. Like, it's definitely a consistent thing. I don't know exactly when it started happening, but there's a specific point where it genuinely became a very, very common thing. Like, it never stays disconnected for long, at least, but it just still remains very confusing that that keeps happening. Like, if I didn't know that it was from before they started shuttering some of their servers, I would say it was that, but this has been happening for months now. Oh, Lance. Might be useful. Ordinarily, I'd be like, no, that won't do a damn thing at this point, but again, randomized stats, so it might actually be good. Get out of here with your fake 3D sword that is still killing me even though I'm hitting you first. The boomerang skeletons, boomerangs were freaking out a bit. More news. 2-1. Does 2-1 do anything good? Nullifies curse. Why not just have a collection of random things that nullify curses at the end of this? Everything else will be used up, and then we'll just have like a pile of null curse items. Dum-de-dum. Just keep clearing the area so I can actually go places. Why was there just a witch at the bottom of the well? What was she doing down here? I guess learning to breathe underwater. Not that that necessarily makes sense, but it... You know what? It makes as much sense as anything else at this point. Just take him down to the shins. This should lead to another area, I do believe, after a fashion. We might already be in the other area. Oh, I need to be able to do it. Okay, I can do the foot stomp, but that's not what I need, apparently. Yeah, because I do it even from there and it doesn't work. Forget what I need for that. It might actually be something silly like I need boulder armor to throw a rock at it or something. It might be it. One way or the other, I'm pretty confident I can't do that right now. Oh, that's actually a more significant plant than it looked. This is a really bad position to be caught between two of these. Don't mind me just passing through. I'm just gonna leave. Hey, remember when I said getting cursed isn't gonna be that big a deal? Yeah. Joke's on them, I was already out of MP when they cursed me. Okay. And this just connects us back to where we were once upon a time. But this kind of works because we can go check to make sure that whether Zephyr lets me through that one part that I'm remembering or not. Oh, there's the warp point we could have had forever ago for this area too, because I just never happened to go in that door. Silly me, silly me. Though, to be fair, we were kind of busy running for our lives for the most part through this place. Okay, that just connects up there. That's not helpful. Which, you know, not that I expected it to be particularly helpful, but there was a hope. And there's where the save point we missed down here was as well. So I knew I'd missed a save point down here somewhere. Having just saved, let me check on something right quick, because I think I forgot something. One momento. Yeah, tier 2 will be rough. Sorry, I had to fetch a delivery that I realized was sitting out halfway up the steps to my house for some reason. Some genius decided to leave it way out in the open. Anyway, back to business. I forget what was down here that made me turn around and leave. Oh, right, it was this. Ta-da! Unstop time. Because remember, anything that can stop time can also unstop it. That just makes sense, right? Right. Now we're in the Silenced Ruins. No, stop it. Soma's not used to affection. Well, this room sucks. Looking elsewhere first. Well, Saber, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully you all had a good time. You actually caught me perfectly because I just got back from having to go fetch something outside, so that worked out beautifully. Why was that alert, like, super quiet, though? Problems to worry about in the future. Don't need to worry about that right now. Ooh, okay, that explains the early time. But hopefully you got some good work done on that rigging. You're just in time for me just working my way through a bit of the Dawn of Sorrow randomizer. We're making good headway now. We were having a bit of trouble not too long ago. I did not intend to stop time, but I guess time is stopped for now. This is fine. Makes sense, makes sense. I, of course, appreciate you bringing on over your community, as always. Anytime anybody gives me any support, I'm always appreciative. As a little bonus to this, by the way, as people can see on screen there, the only real bonus we've got going on today, other than the game just being randomized, is if somebody, for whatever reason, wants to gift 5 subs, they can pick what weapon type I'm stuck with until I beat the next boss that I'm working towards at the time. That's about the only notable thing for anybody to think about there. I keep stopping time by accident because I forgot I have that still equipped. Stop that. So I don't remember what I need to go up there. Howdy, howdy, welcome in. Some of this is going to end up being weird, and you know what? That's just how randomizers be. It be that way sometimes, with time zones and everything. I can certainly think of a few people that I would like to regularly watch, but I would only be able to watch them in whatever off times they end up being able to pop up for, rather than the normals. Yeah, I'll go ahead and switch back to the pendant. This is a really awkward position. You know what? Fine. Summon Giant Axe. Giant Axe solves everything. There we go. Now, the key point... To bring y'all up to speed, we're currently mainly just looking for where the bosses have been moved to. is I, in my infinite wisdom, shuffled every boss location as well, so, technically we could finish this at any time, as long as I actually find where the final boss is. He's gone for a walk somewhere, and I don't know where he went. Like, would I have a rough time getting through it right now? Maybe. I do have a decent bit of healing due to the random consumables, but there are some potential problems. Is to bring everybody up to speed on the settings as well. Every weapon does random things, every armor is randomized as far as the stats go, same with the accessories. The souls have different elements and such than they're supposed to. Kind of a mix, like predominantly retro, but there is a lot of indie stuff I will cover as well, as long as it's something that catches my attention. So if you're looking like for horror games, you're gonna want to look somewhere else more often than not, but anything weird or retro-based, I will probably do. A lot of roguelikes as well. So, you know, a good variety, but maybe not necessarily what people would expect at all times. Okay, just a mushroom behind that mirror. That's a shame. I'm still, like, very slightly out of breath from hauling a pair of heavy packages up the steps outside a few minutes ago, so bear with me. In their infinite wisdom, I presume the USPS left them halfway up the stairs. So I guess they didn't want to drive up the hill this time, even though they've done that numerous other times. Still having trouble with Mega Bonk Tier 2, huh? Bear in mind that there's not that many stages, so they had to make them make a certain amount of difference. To be fair, you do also have to bear in mind there's a certain amount of scaling that comes with the stuff you unlock in there, too. You may just not have what's good for you available to you right now. I only really started hitting my stride with that game after I got a couple certain options. Yeah, no, you won't be seeing much of any AAA stuff here at all, because most of it's overpriced and boring, in my opinion, so... potentially, if you can get through them. Some of those challenges are bullshit, but that's kind of by design. Yep, Julius is getting his ass kicked. We'll just move on from that. Real shame for Julius, but we'll move right along. If I remember right from that sequence, that was specifically the guy I was talking about that was possessed by the fire demon beating Julius up. Hence all the lava and everything that was around in there. Doo-doo-doo. Do I want to open that right now? We did just save, it'll be fine. Oh hey, he's actually where he's supposed to be. The thing is, I won't be able to turn off his fire powers, because ordinarily I'd be able to go fight the fire demon to take away his powers. But it's fine, he's not that tough a fight. Case in point. Oh, he actually dropped Flame Demon. What do you know? Ordinarily, he's a little tougher than that, but we're a little stronger than we're supposed to be for when we fight him, too. That is absolutely not the room he's supposed to be in, either. I forget what boss is supposed to be in that little cubbyhole room, but it's not him. That's another boss in the books. I'm pretty confident I do have to go through that tower key door up top. Y'all can't see the map because I didn't bother to put the top screen of the DS on screen because it is just the map. And it's not really that important because with how it'll be squished in order to fit on screen, you guys wouldn't be able to make head or tail of it anyway. Okay, you are gonna need something else. Oh no, maybe you are one of the ones... Yeah, Iron Golems I think are just 1 damage from everything. And it seems like the randomization has not actually affected his defensive stats at all. There we go. Eventually, you hit a piece of armor enough, you'll break through it. Oh, that was just for the warp room. Well, not worthless, but not really what I needed either. Okay, we'll go back past him, but we just won't fight him. Go, puppet. Anyway. Just casually get on the other side of him the easy way. Oh yeah, the other main thing you'll see a bunch is, well, randomizers like what you're seeing in front of you right now. Not necessarily this game that much, because the randomizer for this only does so much. But if I get it in my head to give the randomizer for something a try, it will definitely happen. Oh right, it was this bit. Which I remember what I need to do with this now. We'll use the touchscreen version. There we go. Is you need to get that dot up into there. But I forget what the follow-up to that is. I think it might actually be a case of you have to, like, make it... Huh. It exploded, but didn't do anything. I'm clearly forgetting how this room works. As far as there being touchscreen involvement at all, bear in mind this was a DS game. So they were making sure to leverage the touchscreen as much as they could. There we go, it worked that time. It was just more precise than I thought it needed to be. And we get... Tombstone. Well, it is our first passive soul, so I guess I'll take it. And being immune to petrification is actually very nice, even if it's a very niche problem. Because you really only get petrified by Medusa heads and the Gorgons that you can run into, and the randomizer doesn't seem to really have them much of anywhere. So it's not really the biggest deal. But we're done down here, basically. There's an area way to the left we could go take a look at, but we'd be better served by coming into there from a different angle. And there's an area above us, but the teleport would get us there faster, so... We'll just go back to the warp room and say to hell with this area. I'm not gonna get away with just cheesing my way through here, am I? Fine. Violence it is. You all would have gotten to live if you had just left me alone. Right, I still have the Flame Demon equipped. And I could use the extra equipment slot, but I would rather swap manually just so I don't accidentally use the wrong thing at the wrong time. Because if I don't happen to look in that upper left corner, I'm not going to realize which set I'm on. And that could very easily be a very big problem. Whack him in the hoof until he ceases being. Okay, there's a tree up there that isn't stuck in the background, so that's good. Love that for him. Yeah, I only have a couple more of these yet. A couple of these left, rather. So let's not waste them. Just vaporize that witch. Might be an item behind this lot up here. The answer to that question is no. Once again, that was a waste of my time. But it's map coverage. Never have too much map completion. We already went through this tunnel once, but I'm gonna have to go back in order to get to one of the areas that I'm suspecting that I need to be. Stop it. Oh, right. That's an alternate too. Just get me out of here. Nope, 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 nope. This is fine. Somehow those giant armors are easier to kill than a plant lady. One would think it doesn't make sense, but randomization's also never going to make sense. Like, it makes sense within its logic, and that's about as far as that goes. Okay. Yeah, this room in particular is the one I want to double check, because I think there might be something down in one of the corners here, because I didn't get every corner of this room. Yep, there's an item. Pitch black suit. Is it any good in this reality? It is not. Well, glad I spent my time getting that. So... well, there is a tunnel over this way that I can go look at, too. It's gonna take a bit to get there because underwater is slow, but we'll get there. Don't ask how I can still throw giant fireballs underwater. It's magic. There's no reason to worry about that. It makes more sense than some things in this world. I'm really starting to wonder about the fact that I'm still not seeing any hidden walls anywhere. Which, the reason why that's a concern is the fact that I do have a setting on that's supposed to be revealing them. I seem to recall there being more of them around than would be indicated by the fact that we are very far along in map completion and not having seen any. So I get the feeling that setting may not have worked. At the same time, I also feel like I should have tripped over one by now. Yeah, not really worth worrying about it. Considering we haven't gotten completely stalled out at any point, I'm going to assume none of the hidden rooms have anything vitally important in them. A statement that'll probably come back to haunt me in an hour or two, probably. Knowing my luck. But we will worry about that when we get to that. Wait. Oh, that's why I didn't recognize these doors. I think that might be added by the randomizer, because I don't remember a door like that being down here. Which would also explain the hallway up top that had at least two different souls blocking it. I just had a really worrying thought come to mind from that, and I'm gonna hope I'm wrong. I'm really gonna hope I'm wrong about that. Because we're missing one of the souls that's on that doorway up there. And a little bit of extra context for everybody. These souls ordinarily drop from enemies. But if we look at the enemy list, you'll notice nothing drops anything. That's because I have scavenger mode on. Nothing can drop items other than bosses and anything that naturally occurs on the map. So it has, if it's an item that I need, it's going to be somewhere, but I don't have to grind for it, is the positive side. It's just a matter of I have no idea where it would be. I'm running out of ground to cover. But if I do need that other soul, I'm very concerned about how much map completion I'm actually gonna need to complete this seed. This may very well mean that I might actually need to cover the whole map in order to find what I need. Uh-oh. Yeah, no. No, the bush is dangerous. That's a sniping bush, not a friendly bush. Because it's more fun and when you find out this way. Also, you didn't ask. Let's see, there's another doorway over here we didn't go through. May or may not lead to something. Oh, hey, it leads to the warp room that I forgot about over here. You may notice there's a trend of warp rooms that I've missed because I keep just blitzing through these areas. Let's actually pop back then to the beginning. I don't think souls can appear in Hammer's shop. Oh yeah, we've already been, again, through the majority of the map. We've been across basically all but like 1 or 2 areas, and we have the key to go to the area next to the tower. I just didn't get around to going back up there because I'm lazy. But I'm pretty confident something, either the fight I'm looking for is up there, or what I need to get to the fight that I'm looking for is up there, probably. I just don't want the seed ending too fast, so I've been kind of wandering a bit. Same reason I didn't just, like, buy the ninja suit that gives, like, 30 extra strength straight off. It looks like he still didn't get anything else new. Which makes a degree of sense, because we haven't actually done much in some ways since the last time I checked his shop. But I couldn't remember if his shop was based on area activation or if it was number of orbs. Because I know there are some things that are attached to the number of orbs collected. Nope, there's still fuck all in Yoko's synthesis menu. I don't know why I even keep checking it. She has yet to have anything good for me due to the randomization. But I keep holding out hope. Eventually something good has to be in there. I say, lying to myself. Let's see. Our next protocol, though, I guess I should go back to the chapel and then go back up the tower and use the key like I said I was gonna do, like, nearly an hour ago now. That's probably a good idea. And away! Which, please. Stop disconnecting my chat. So before we go there, let's check over in this little corner up this way. Is there's a room I didn't drop all the way down into over here, and I can honestly not tell you why. Probably was we were nearly dead, as was frequently the case before we got any real armor. Not to mention not having any healing to speak of for basically the front half of this run. Oh, it was another boss door. Wait... No, this wasn't the door that led to Paranoia, which I probably should go clean up Paranoia as well because of the fact that he might be the one who has the soul I'm looking for. Or since all of those souls are random, but let's see what this boss is. This might even be the boss I'm looking for, and it would be very funny if we just walked around him. Oh no, it's the first boss. It's just... that's the flying armor. Hey, bud. How you doing? Answer? Probably not great after I'm done with you. Because you are out of your depth, friend. They put you way too late for your own good. Yeah. Oh, and you gave me Mandragora. Thanks. Thanks, that's clearly what I wanted. But maybe there'll be something behind him in here. Because there should be at least one item in here. Nope. Coffee, which I don't mind getting coffee. And that was tea instead of coffee. They used the same graphic just about for both. Right, there's two bosses here. You know what? The other fight wasn't that bad. We won't even worry about saving in between them. Who's here? Oh, hi, Death. How you doing? You just kind of here, huh? Okay. I'm gonna hit you with a stick now. There we go, phase 2 death already. Just gonna hit you with a stick some more. Hi, Death. So, Death has a really unfortunate weakness against a very fast attack, considering he just sits still a lot. Quite literal cowabunga it is, since I just nunchucked him to death. I forget how that soul works as a enchant soul. I feel like that's not where it's supposed to be. I also don't remember what that soul does to begin with, so I don't think I ever used it. A little bit of context for everyone out there. I did, at one point, 100% this game. I have picked up every soul, I have done everything, but that was greater than 10 years ago. So, take that as you will. Which, I'm reminded of the fact that we have this bat form that says null on it. Okay, it does work. I don't know why it says null, and I'm also not sure why it's in the wrong slot. I'm assuming it's a quirk of the randomizer, because that's supposed to be a blue soul, if I'm recalling correctly. I may be getting it mixed up with Arya, but I feel like they both have it as a blue soul. But maybe they made it a red soul for a reason. Like maybe something in the randomizer logic needed it to be a red soul for it to place properly or some nonsense. Wouldn't be the first time. But now we can just fly around. I've had this for a bit. I just wasn't using it because I didn't need it. And I didn't trust the fact that it had that weird null description on it. But may very well just be one of those, like, weird edge case situations, too, that randomizers will run into now and then. Because, you know, you can only account for so many variables, so many calculations, etc. Eventually, in the user's hands, you're gonna run into a case that no one considered. I should know, because I'm very frequently the user that causes edge case scenarios to happen and causes developers to have to fix things. I may or may not have caused at least a couple pages of bug reports in my time. Yeah, I've been up there already. The fact that all of these have higher parts to their rooms is bothering me. I forget how you access those, if you even access those. Oh yeah, they're... Right, we're at the point in the plot where we can go in here, too. Because there are certain things you actually need to trigger to happen in order for a couple places to open, and this is one of them. Because you have to reach the right point in the plot where Julius will actually open that barrier for you. That involves... I think you have to have actually gone through the sequence where you needed Mina's talisman specifically for that one to trigger. Oh, this is just a dead end, huh? Why am I over here, then? Why did I walk over here? Answer may surprise you in that it may just simply be that I'm stupid. The real answer is I didn't know any better, but one can consider the two the same in some situations. Like the fact that I keep turning into a bat when I don't mean to, because I keep forgetting that I have bat form equipped and not an attack. Is with Hippogriff, I don't really need bat form for much aside from squeezing in places, and I kind of already did most of those with Puppet Master, because that's what Puppet Master is supposed to be for. Please stop contact damaging me to death, it's not fun. The amount of dead ends in this place is upsetting. Oh, good. T subtracts 456 health. I'm glad I read the rest of that. You may not know this, but I was about a second from pressing A on that because I'm like, ooh, 456 health, yay! I learned to read the rest of those from some of the other items we've picked up along the way. Because they do exactly that. They kill you. So we'll just eat that one, because that one at least heals. Kill you before you can hurt me. I don't know why I'm bothering to beat up this werewolf. Guess this is the only way forward, then. Now, I know I haven't gotten that far away from the last save point game, but I've been through a lot since that save point, so could you give me a solid and give me one somewhere? Anywhere? Especially if you're gonna keep poisoning me. Just an idea. No, not about that idea. You know what? That unfortunately checks out. No reason to be down there. Ah, well, these are just really poorly placed golems now, aren't they? Now you'll notice a handful of these guys are just recolors or slight model changes of each other. And that's just how it be. I'm sure we're all used to that by now. Okay, there's a warp point. That's as good as a save point, because I can just warp over here and use the save point over here. That's good enough for me. Okay. It really is night and day having a particular weapon. Remember when I said I wasn't going to use the nunchucks that much? Yeah, I kind of apparently just kind of gave up on that idea at some point. Probably around like death 7 or 8. Just kind of was over that idea. Actually, while I'm here, let's go take care of that side path I was talking about. Just in case there's something actually important down there, and is that where Paranoia was? I don't remember at this point. We ran into the Paranoia boss very early on, so we were not ready for him at all. Oh, considering he's got death lasers. But I feel like it was down here, because we were going down here a bunch early on. And the only other early place we haven't seen the entirety of, we cleared that boss already. I'm pretty sure it is down here that I'm thinking of. Despite the fact that it's only been barely 4 hours, I've already kind of forgotten the first, like, hour or so of this run, if I'm honest. Oh, right. It's this room. That's why we never went down this hallway, because this room was just a nightmare. Look at all of the shit they poured in this room. Ridiculous. Now, this is absolutely not where Paranoia was, because we never went down this way. There is instead just the Osafune here. Which is actually decent. Okay. Good to know. Could have had that a while ago, and that would have actually been useful before. Oh well, too late. So against certain bosses, I may still reach for that instead, because there are going to be fights where I'm not going to be able to just spam nunchuck at them. Attacks are so much less effective when the imp is controlling me. Also, Fireball, definitely more effective. Shocking no one. Okay, so that's down here accounted for. Where was the Paranoia fight? Is it up in that other bit? Huh. I've clearly forgotten where it was, and that's gonna bother me. So there's a couple spots unaccounted for in earlier sections still, but I'm now trying to decide if I care enough to figure that out. And I think the answer to that question is only if I end up not being able to get anywhere. So rather than wasting time, we'll just warp back up here. Because with how little is left in that whole block down there, it would be a waste of my time to walk back. Oh, a waste of my time and y'all's. And I ain't in the business of wasting people's time. So which angle do I want to take here? I could go there, then go to the right, go down, or up. Remember when I said I was going to go to the chapel and then go through the key door up there? Yeah, I completely wandered off from that idea again. We'll go up here. So I think if I play my cards right over on this side of the world, we might actually end up on the other side of that key door anyway. And thus render that whole idea completely moot anyway. Because directly across from here is a tower we didn't go all the way down to the bottom of. Not to mention the rest of the... Actually, no. Now, there's one spot in the pinnacle we didn't go to, based on the map. So there's a chance that there will be something there, too. But I feel like there is another connecting point down here. So I think it connects back up with the lower section we had looked at before. Based on long past memories of the map of this game. Yep, it's heading straight for the spot I'm thinking about. Yep, it connects right back up with down here. this room that we had gotten the Black Panther soul from before, because we had already been down here once in the past, because we had died after getting the Black Panther soul twice. So not as old a memory as I was positing there. And this also connects back, because this is how we'd gotten to it the first time, which is why the connecting points in my brain didn't make sense at first, because we just went to there from a different spot just now. We're up to 77% map completion. Running out of places to look, game. There's only so many places left to go. There's the save point that we missed both times we ran through here that would have allowed us to keep that soul rather than losing it. Love that for me, don't you? I know I do. What? Oh hey, there's another plot point from a long time ago. That would have been when we first ran into him and he's like, hey, you're not supposed to be here. We're supposed to be doing the thing so you stay out of trouble. Also, we don't risk the guy with Dracula's soul having bad things happen and making that whole thing become a problem. And, you know, kids don't listen. And, you know, the whole getting attacked in the middle of town was kind of a problem, too. This is one of the connecting points I was thinking about. This one here leads us to another area. One we have not cleared out yet. Like, we were in the bottom of it over here, where we fought that boss. But I turned around after that one because I wanted to do the thing with Mina's talisman so I didn't have to keep it equipped. So there may be something up here. Specifically, this may connect up to the other side of that tower door. As I was thinking about that the whole time, it's the tower key, and we were already in the tower. So the tower key would only let you out of the tower if you've already been in the tower, unless it means the clock tower that we're in now, which is kind of interchangeable because the two towers run into each other. I do not remember that particular key well enough to know what it was initially meant for. I feel like it goes left to right, though, not right to left, now that I think about it more. But with all the mobility we have, this clock tower is not going to be anywhere near as bad as it usually would be. Platforming-wise, the clock tower segments are always real bad till you have some good mobility, and then they just become a joke. You know, plus or minus smashing your head into the spikes because you're jumping too recklessly anyway. Can't be me. Never did that. Totally not. Nope. 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 Didn't do it. Wasn't me. Can't prove it. There isn't video evidence of me doing that at all or anything. Hi, demon. Bye, demon. You're not my problem. I really like those flea man spawning plants. Mjolnir! Are you any good in this world? Well, you're not terrible. You are, in fact, only slightly stronger than a nunchuck. So, unpack that how you wish. Down there. Okay. All clear on that side. Also, you may have seen something running by in the back there. So, it looks like they actually still have the mechanics for some of the creatures. Because for those coming in later on, these UMA news things are supposed to give you hints as to a bunch of cryptids that are in the game. Mothman, Bigfoot, things like that are just kind of around in this game. And you can fight them, but you have to fulfill a certain set of criteria as shown in those newspaper pieces in order to trigger their fights. So if you're aiming for 100%, you do need to deal with them. Cicada. Oh, that was almost a ceiling. Right, that room. That room's fun. There's the ceiling. Oh, no. I got doubled up on that one. All because I was trying to avoid the harpy, which would not have hurt as much. Why is the cursed clock tower sign? Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was right the first time where the tower key does go the other way then. Like it goes from the condemned tower to the clock tower. I'm actually opening this up so I can get to the save point that's over here, because we didn't see a save point anywhere in there. Also, may as well finish this area off after I said I was going to do it like 7 times. And now that we know that Death isn't up here, I'm wondering who's up here. So I forget if the laser guy is up here or if Death is normally up here. I think Death's in the clock tower, because Death's always in the clock tower. So this would be where the laser thing is. Oh right, we did fight this and we lost. Right, I remember now. Because we had no healing, no useful equipment or anything. Oh, he's got hold of me. You see, it's kind of hard to tell when this can be hurt, because it has to actually go into a proper formation, basically, before it can take damage. When it's in a big cloud like that, it can't actually be hurt. That's where I was wasting a lot of time before. Okay, the boiled starfish does heal, because that was one thing I didn't do, is buy more healing. This might actually be the room this fight normally happens in, now that I think about it. Because I don't remember who else could possibly be in this room. This is a real small room. And again, this is fairly small for this fight to be happening in. I don't know. He's still okay, huh? That's a problem. 'Cause I have nothing that heals left. That fireball. I'll take the one hit over it getting to grab me. Got him. Just barely, but I got him. Abaddon's Soul. I don't think that's a required one at any point, unless it's required for something very specific. And there's the Condemned Tower Warp, so that's all cleaned up. I think they might actually normally spawn here. This is what happens when you forget where all of the boss spawns are normally. Eventually, we will find what we're looking for, and then the seed will end. When will we find it? Soon. I can reasonably safely say soon, considering, like I said before, we're running out of boss doors, and one of the uncompleted bosses is accounted for already, at the very least, because we've entered that room and lost that fight. I forget, does time stop work in this room? Because I don't think I've ever tried that. Nope, doesn't work. Okay. Fun fact, I usually just walk through here. I never actually used Black Panther for this either, but Black Panther's definitely the correct choice for that situation. Because you could just zoom through like that. Death room. That's what I was looking for, though. The save point. So I don't have to redo the bit we just did. Even though we saved after the boss, I just didn't want to have to redo the Crusher room. It's almost like Black Panther makes these rooms trivial or something. Or relatively trivial, anyway. So these are entirely doable walking, because I've done exactly that every time I've played this game. So some of them, like that one, I just kind of tank through because the timing is a little finicky. You can also just bat form your way through these. Howdy, howdy, Callista. Ow, my feet. Oh, okay. Interesting that the sound alert worked that time, but not earlier. Oh yeah, that guy's here. Okay. You know what, we'll just leave big alien man down there. That seems like a him problem. Oh yeah, these are the things that you would activate to get Mothman, by the way. You use something with electricity to activate these generators to turn on the lights. So you have to activate more than one of them, I do believe. Because we've seen them in more than one room, which I think they're normally supposed to be in the same room? But maybe there's just more than one Mothman spawn, thanks to the randomization. That's not an impossibility. Okay, you know what? For my own comfort, how about we turn the bat form on? And just avoid all of this spike nonsense instead of trying to do fancy platforming past all of it. There's another boss door. This, I believe, is the door that would normally be death. So let's see what's behind door number death. It's the time fish. This is the thing, as you might imagine, that would ordinarily be where we fought the fire demon. Because, you know, that would be the only room with water in it. He's kind of a pain to hit a little bit. So flame demon. Ideally, I want something that I swing over my head. So, Durandal it is. Is this way, when he goes free-willying over my head, I can hit him. Oh yeah, that's also a neat trick you can do, by the way. You can actually animation cancel, well, to a certain degree, by using Doppelganger. Not something I ever do, but it's something you can do. Here, fishy fishy. Fry this fish. As you can see, he's not, like, super threatening or anything. He would be more of a threat in his natural habitat, as you might imagine, because you'd be hampered by the water. And you'd actually be down there with him more. Unless you had the ability to walk on water already, which you're not supposed to have, I don't think, when you're fighting him. Oh no, we do have a heal, okay. I was gonna say, we don't have any healing, so I should stop messing about. He also makes platforms, which I believe is how you're normally supposed to be fighting him, is he makes platforms for you to stand on. Really counterintuitive on his part to make platforms for his enemy to fight him, but, you know. Nobody ever said these things were smart. Speaking of smart, though... that would be working at times like that, except I guess he's off screen enough that it's not counting, so there's no point in trying that idea, I guess. Come on. He's gonna stop jumping over me. Maybe I go back to nunchucks for when he's up in the air. This is when he's gonna actually go back to diving across again. Or he'll just sit there like a sucker and be a fish out of water. This is fine. I really am running out of boss locations. Okay, nope, my theory was probably correct. I think I know exactly where I need to go now. Clever, clever. Because we have all three, we have the souls I saw on the doors. I'm betting that's exactly what the rando creator did. They added doors to force you to have specific things so you could actually go there, so people don't just rush to the end. That seems highly likely. I'm also not even going where I need to be going right now at all. But I'm gonna go look around a bit. So this is just looping me back, so this was a waste of my time. That would just be for if you didn't want to go through there, you have a different challenge you could do to get up there. Okay, this guy's positioned perfectly to be an absolute nuisance. Okay, now I can just squeeze through with the bat. Nice, convenient, and easy. The fact that he kept knocking me back into the other spikes was as upsetting as it looked. In case anybody has any notions about that. So I have two choices here. I can rush across to where I think I need to go, or I can check the area that's right here. Because there should be something right down on this way. But maybe irrelevant. He says he goes there anyway. Our way through here. Because the thing is, as far as rushing to the end, the potential end goes, we can do that at any time, because I can just tick it back to the beginning and then use the warp from there to get where I'm going. Or even just walk there from the beginning. So I think this is actually leading exactly where I'm going anyway. Yep, because this is the other door to the pinnacle. That's what I thought I remembered. Which was the other reason for going this way, is just verification. So we could have actually gone to where the disc armor crystal was for a while. And ordinarily, for anybody wondering, the disc armor wouldn't be important in any way, shape, or form other than being a decent attacking soul. The randomizer seems to have placed additional requirements in front of me. And if you don't understand what I'm talking about, you'll understand when I get to the room I'm aiming to get to, which we may as well head that way now, because it's right down the hall from here, pretty much. I was intending to go back for supplies first, but we'll go check it and see how important over here actually is. So I'm wondering if when it shuffled the boss rooms around, it gated off where the final boss ended up. Because that would make sense. As a means of preventing somebody from just having the final boss happen to pop up like in the first boss room or something. And then they just clear the seed immediately. You see, there were these gates in the way here. each with a monster symbol on them. First one, Disc Armor. Second one, Student Witch. Third one, Flea Man. All souls we got from bosses. Which, of course, most of which we got from bosses. Or is this Ripper? Okay, it was Ripper. I'm glad I second-guessed myself on that one. Now we just walk down this long hallway. Uh-huh. All that leading to a boss door. And Calabolg. Which is terrible. I did save recently. Do I just go for it? Do I try to be fancy and just go balls to the wall here? So Malachi. Yep, that's that one. We'll use that for this, yes. Yeah, you know what? We'll go for it. Wait, you're not the one I'm looking for. Why were you blocked off, Malthus? You're not important in any way. My entire logic might have just fallen apart here. So this is absolutely a fight I can just fuck it we ball for, because this guy's not that dangerous. He can be rough if you don't pay attention for those orb shots he does, but that's about it. Ooh, that did give me Holy Lightning, though. Holy Lightning's good. Is this just a really important soul? No, it's just Skull Archer. The fuck? Okay, my whole theory's been shot on full of holes. Huh. I'm officially confused. I've done 88% of the map, so I really am running out of doors. Like, Paranoia is not the final fight. We're supposed to be finding Dimitri and beating him up again. But the problem is... he's nowhere to be found. I feel like I'm forgetting something. We didn't go down into the mines and beat a boss down there, so that's a potential spot where he'd be. But I got so locked onto the idea of those 3 doors being vitally important. So why the hell were those doors there? Did I completely forget that those are normally a thing? It's like I'd completely believe that I just forgot that that was a concept. Like, I have to retract what I was talking about before, because clearly it's not true. And I'll be the first to say that puts my entire thought process right now into a real weird tailspin. And I don't mean the show. One way or the other, though, let's go do some shopping, and then we'll make another journey out. We'll figure out what's going on with this. Okay, you supposedly got more stuff in. Got tasty meat that restores mana. Good for you. Oh, he's got the Valman Way, which is the other move while attacking weapon, so I'll grab that. That's slightly better than the nunchucks. Just a call. I don't think Skull Necklace was there before, but it doesn't help anything. Okay. Now we'll do some inventory cleaning, buy healing items, and we'll go from there. Get rid of all of my health subtracting items again. Okay. That's... Basically, I'm only going to worry about selling the ones that are worth a decent amount that are also just not that good. I don't really want to sit here and, like, fiddle around with inventory for too long. But I also want to ensure that we can get through things to finish the job at this point. Oh, we did get a hauberk. Not really useful in any way, shape, or form, but we have it. Basic cape is, like, shockingly priced. And shockingly useful, but don't need it. Alright, now we fully stock up on Pela. Stock up on uncursed potions. And... not bother with the foie gras because it's 76 health for over 2,000. Absolutely not. You know what? Treat yourself. Buy yourself a bowl of noodles. Okay, first stop, let's save. So that I don't have to do all that inventory again if something goes horribly wrong. This is how the Valman Way looks, by the way. It's a little weird, and you'll notice there's actually a delay between attacks with it. The nunchuck is arguably slightly superior because it doesn't have that gap in between attacks. Which is a weird situation, I know, but that's just the way it is. Though the area coverage on the Valman Way is higher. So, it's trade-offs. Let's head back down to the mine and see if we can clean things up. I'm glad this song is down here. I like this one. So this whole seed has had good songs for where the random music has been moved. It's all songs from the game itself, of course. There's nothing been added. At least there shouldn't have been. There he is. Though I think this might be regular Dimitri, though, since there was no scene ahead of it. And he's just doing his giant ball summon, which we can do too. But it might be that it's multi-phase, like he does this first and then the real fight happens. I don't remember. Because he does have the glow, which I thought he had when he was empowered. But as you can see, you can just kind of bully Dimitri a bit. As long as you have double jump, he can't hit you unless you stand there and let him hit you. Because he doesn't even do contact damage, which is kind of weird. I decided to be showy and throw a ball back at him. Oh no, that's him defeated and giving me a soul. Oh, right. So they made this mandatory, huh? Okay. Guess we're doing the real deal then. Because this is ordinarily only part of getting the actual ending, not a part of just finishing the game at all. Yeah, welcome to the Abyss. Population, everything you wouldn't want normally. Those fire pillars just happen here. In case anybody was confused why those were happening, with no enemies that would do that here. Yeah, they just kind of happen in here. There's something very funny about the fact that this is playing, I believe, the music from literally the first area, normally. One of the earliest areas, at the very least. The sand is going to get me stuck if I let it, so let's not let it do that if we can help it. That bit down there, I do think we want to go down too, but let's look up here first. Yeah, I presume our missing remaining boss fights must be in here. Okay, this is leading the same way that the sand pit was anyway. Sort of. Or not. Well, you know what? We'll just keep on keeping on with this idea anyway. See, there's your normal bat form. Bat Company, which is normally from that bunch of red bats we fought. Which is why I was so confused that there was a bullet soul bat form. I'm like, what? That's not supposed to be a thing. But I guess it was in the code, perhaps, and it got put in the pool because it's in the code. I don't know. Not really sure how that all works out. I also don't really ever go in here, so I don't remember how this place really works. I'm just kind of going and hoping for the best. And as long as I don't hit a brick wall, I'm just gonna kind of go with that idea. Ow. My stats. Oh yeah, that's the thing that happens when you get poisoned, by the way, is your stats get shredded. And I don't mean in the good way where you get at super buff. Right, the sound you're hearing there is because Holy Lightning is usually something only Yoko can do, I think. So it's playing a Yoko sound effect even though Soma's using it. Get out of here, bird brain. That is certainly a position for you to be sitting in. You're not really much of a thing without your spear, huh? Anyway. So yeah, fun fact, since you guys can't see the map, we're actually teleporting when we're going through those skull rooms. So this whole area is actually kind of disjointed. Save room. What's behind door number this one? Oh, hey, Balor. Wondered where you were. As long as you don't let his big laser hit you, he's not that big a deal. His fist hurts a bit too. But as you can see, he's not that big a problem. Ghost. Ghost is useful. Yeah, I have to assume, like I was saying before, that all of our remaining boss fights are in here. Because you have to go through 1 or 2, I believe it is, before you get to the actual finale. If you could just get out of my way, Final Guard, that'd be great. You know what? I don't know why I'm bothering with this. I'm in third. Goodbye. Not worth my time. Not like they drop anything. Like, is it worth it potentially for the experience? Yes, but I feel like we're at a fine level at this point, so I'm not really concerned about that anymore. Because we are level 35. That's decent. I think that might actually be higher than the lowest I've beaten the game at before. Though I'm not usually going this far at that level, so we might actually be under where we should be for this. But we also don't know exactly how this is going to play out still anyway. In hindsight, I should have known that it was going to pull something like this. Because of the fact that there were bosses missing. Just that pumpkin pie to clear out that from the inventory. And why am I looking for that one? Use the proper one. This way I don't have to change my attack anymore. And I can just hit one of the bumpers to freely bat form. Which is how you use it as a defensive move, is you have it be a bumper. Or so you just quickly swap away. Because, you know, being small bat, it's easier to avoid a hit than tall man. Now, is it that door that I want, or is it this? Oh, this is the warp room for this area. Okay. Because every area has a warp room, even the abyss. Then it must be the door that I want. Unless I missed a turn somewhere. It put me back here. Oh, hey, right. That's a thing I did. So, meet Evil Soma. Kind of weird that there's both of us here at the same time, huh? I forgot I switched the bosses. Because you have the option of either fighting what normally is the boss, or Somacula, as the randomizer labels him. Is he Soma Dracula? Yep, there's the Dracula part. Fun fact, I've never fought this before. I believe this is normally the fight for Julius mode. Sure is using a lot of souls. He's gonna try to pin me in this corner, and I don't want that. He Does a lot of contact damage, as it turns out. Don't like that. Dodge the worst of the barrage and just keep hitting him. He'll give up eventually. Probably a waste to use that second one, but it's too late. I've done it. As you can see, though, this is a nasty fight. Just bat form to avoid the last hit there. Got him. Now, is it over? That's the important question. Yep, it's over. Yeah, there will always be a Dark Lord. That's not true. If it wasn't you, it'd be someone else. Look, there's everybody else. They somehow got out of the castle before it collapsed, even though they would have had no real way of knowing that it was about to collapse. Da-da-da-da. Hammer, stop. You can keep saying that, but everyone can tell what's going on there, bud. I mean, maybe they just haven't accepted it yet. Yeah, that's exactly the thing. A Dark Lord will find its way, no matter who it is. But there you go. That's Dawn of Sorrow Randomizer done. Not as long as I thought it was gonna be. I was a bit worried with how some of that seed was starting to go, that it was going to take me until into tomorrow. I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow now. I had a plan based on this, and I had a backup plan, but I'll be real with y'all, I forgot what the backup plan was. But I've got time to figure that out. It's fine. This is right about the time I wanted to end today, though, so that does work out perfectly. Like, that genuinely could not have worked out better, as far as timing goes. I stalled just hard enough, apparently, for this to work exactly how I wanted it to. So let's see, where are we going to go? It really did. I'm genuinely surprised that that went so clean with how that one started. But at the same time, it's exactly what I was talking about. Dawn of Sorrow is actually genuinely very easy on the scale of things. I would honestly say Aria's harder. Like, even without randomizing it. Though I will say I did give myself some major leverage there with allowing the nunchuck and the Vaman way. I could have made it much harder on myself by keeping to more regular weapons. But I doubted myself enough that I allowed that. But tomorrow, I'll figure out what we're gonna do. It will still be at the same time. Thursday, we've got a Lethal Company collab coming up. That'll be how we kick off October. Because obviously I won't be streaming on the 1st of October. Friday, we'll be continuing Abiotic with Mel. She's gonna be running a charity event, but she agreed to still do Abiotic. I was honestly expecting not to be doing it, but works out either way. Oh yeah, here's the intro cutscene in case people didn't see that, which it wouldn't have as I skipped it, now that I think about it. It's a pretty fun little scene, so enjoy that while I figure out what I'm doing here. Saturday should be short run Saturday as normal. I just need to make a list again. I think we're on single game for short run Saturday. Even if we aren't, I'll probably just do one. Just because I've got a bunch of other things, other plates spinning right now. Let's see. Where are we going? I have too many. Also, as you can see, it replays that scene pretty frequently, so... Oh, that's a choice. You're gonna lose audio here because I need to see if they're gonna be going for much longer. Oh yeah, they should probably be going for a bit longer yet. That should work. So we're gonna go see Dory Dreamweaver, who is doing solo crowd control peak. So, that's certainly a choice. That should be fun. So, round it all off. Thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. Saber, if you're still here, thank you so much for that raid. We already talked schedule, so I'm not gonna go over that again. Yeah, I'll figure out tomorrow, like I said, and we'll go from there. Be good to Dory, she's good people, and I'll see y'all next time. Good night, everybody.